Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Back here. So you're doing like this. Small circular, and then do one full like that and pass it down. And I give the order. Only one is there. Okay. So then again you said once. So
Ranjani.
Hello, mic testing. Hello.
இது நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், அது நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், அது சப்ஜெக்ட் அது நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள்.
I have wireless for you. Give me 1 minute, okay?
So I can just sit and say.
Now, it should be.
Brother, it wasn't your son. She's confusing her son with brother. Your son. Namaskaram. Good morning to everybody. It's a beautiful day here in the Bay Area and of course all over the world. Thanks for joining us in this live stream program. The program is a long one, starting now to go till 6:30. The series of events going on. Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Akashat Vayuhu Vayur Agni Agnir Apaha Adya Prithvi, Prithivyaha Oshadeha, Oshadayo Annam, Annat Purushaha. Adityaya Somaya Mangalaya Budaya Guru Shukra Shanibhyasta Raghave Ketave Namaha. This program today is on Navagraha and Pancha Mahabhuta program. The program will start with the priest, our priest Kannan, Pandit Kannan, giving the Ashirvachanam. This will be followed by our MKA Apex Committee Chairperson, Mr. Srini Malli Reddy. He will be giving us introduction to MKA. This will be followed by a senior program. The senior segment will be conducted and coordinated by Srimati Padmaja Madhusudan, and she is our publicity chairperson for Mahakumbhabhishekam. She has been very instrumental in helping with this senior program for years. Following the senior program, we will have an educational talk. Then the youth and education program will go on. The afternoon segment is all cultural with music, dance, Katha. We end the program around 5 o'clock. We'll start with a Veena concert. It will be a beautiful, wonderful program. Let's start. Namaste, Pandit Ji. Can you?
Om Ganana Tva Ganapatigam Havamahe Kavim Kavina Bhuvavasravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspada Anasranvan Udibisi Dasadanam Om Sri Mahaganapadaje Namaha Asatye Narajasa Vartamana Nivesayan Amritam Martyancha Hiranjayena Sabitara Sena Devo Jati Bhuvana Vipasyanne Agnindudam Vrinimahe Khotaram Vishvavedasam Asya Yagyasya Sukratam Yeshamise Pashupati Pashuna Chadushpada Bhudachat Vipada Nishkrito Yagyijam Bhagame Durajasposha Yajamanas Apyajasvasametute Vishwadasya Bhavishnijam Bhavavajasya Kathe Apsumeto Mo Abravidantar Vishwani Vedaja Agnincha Vishwasambhuvamapasya Vishwavedaji Gauri Mimaja Salila Nidakshatya Kapade Dipati Sa Chadushpati Ashtapati Navapati Babhuvishi Sahasra Akshara Parame Vyomanne Agner Murdha Divakagutpati Prasuvya Ajam Apagum Redagum Chijanvati Syona Prasivibhava Nikshara Nivesani Yachana Sarma Saprasa Kshetrastapadina Bhajagam Hitene Bhajayamasi Gamasvam Posha Yitruvasana Bridati Drise Udbhudyasvakne Pratijagrikyaramitta Purte Sagam Trijetha Bhajancha Punah Krinvaggisva Pitaran Yuvana Madmadagam Se Tvajitantu Bhetam Idam Vishnur Vichakrame Tredhan Idadhe Padam Samudhamatchapagam Sule Vishnu Raratamase Vishnu Prathamase Vishnu Saptre Sto Vishnu Syurase Vishnu Dhruvamasi Vaishnavamasi Vishnavetva Brigaspade Adhigadaryo Arigha Vyumat Vibhadikrata Bhajjanesho Yaddita Yachava Sartha Prajadata Tasmadat Dravinandegi Chitram Indra Maratva Higapagi Mayasasa Yate Abhivatsudasya Tava Praniti Tava Sura Sarman Abhivasande Kavajasya Yajna Brahma Yajnanam Prathamam Purastha Visi Madasurucho Veena Avaha Sabudrija Upama Asya Vitta सतश्चयो निमसदश्च विवः प्रवः शुक्राय भाणवे भरद्वगं हव्यं मदिञ्चाग्नजे सुभूतं यो दैव्यानि मानुषा जनोगः अन्तर्विश्वानि विद्मना जिगाति इन्द्राणि मासुनार्षुपत्नि मघमस्रवं न ह्यस्य अपरञ्चन जरसा मरते पतिः इन्द्रं वा विश्वदस्परिघवामहे जनेभ्यः अस्माकमस्तु केवलः शन्नो देवीरभिष्टजा आपो भवन्तु पीतये संयोरभिश्रवन्तु नः प्रजापतेन त्वचेतान् यन्यो विश्वा जातानि परिता बभूव यत्कामास्ते जुगमस्तन्नोऽस्तु भजग्स्याम पदजोरजीनाम् इमय्यवप्रस्तरमागिसीदाङ्गिरोपे पितृभिः संविधानः आत्मा मन्त्रा कविसत्त्वावहन् त्वेनाराजन कविषामादयस्व कयानश्चित्र आभुवजोते सदा वृतः सखा कया सचिट्टजावृता आयङ्गा पृष्टिरक्रमे दशनन्मातरं पुनः पितरञ्च प्रजन्सुवः यत्ते देवे निर्ऋतिरा भवन् ददामग्रीव सुविचर्य इदं ते तद्वेश्यां याजुषानमध्य अथ जीवपितुमध्ये प्रमुक्तः केतुं कृण्वन्न केतवे पेशो मर्या अपेशसे समुषद्भिरजायथाः ब्रह्मदेवानां पदवीः कपीनामृषिर्विप्राण महिषा मृगाणां श्येनागृध्रा नागस्वतिर्वणा नागुं सोमः पवित्रमध्ये तिरे भन्ने सचित्रचित्रं चिदयन्दमस्मे चित्रः क्षत्रचित्रदमं वजोदा चन्द्रं रजं पुरवीरं मृगन्धन् चन्द्रचन्द्राभिर्कृणते युवस्व आदित्यादि नवग्रहदेवताभ्यो नमो नमः आशीर्वादं संज्ञानं विज्ञानं प्रज्ञानं जानदभिजानते संकल्पमानं प्रकल्पमानमुपकल्पमानमुपक्लृप्तं क्लृप्तं श्रेयो वसीय आयत्सम्भूतं भूतं चित्रः केतुः प्रभानाभान् सम्भान ज्योतिष्पागिस्तेजस्वानाथपग्गस्तमन्नपितमन्ने रोचनो रोचमानः शोभनः शोभमानः कल्याणः शतमानं भवति शतायुः पुरुषस्तते द्विजायुष्येवेन्द्रिज प्रतिष्ठते श्रीर्वर्चस्वमायुष्यमारोग्यमाविधा शोभामानं महीयते धान्यं धनं पशुं बहुपुत्रलाभं सदसंवत्सरं दीर्घमायुः.
Thank you, Pandit Kannan Mama. Thank you. Now, can I call upon Srinimali Reddy to come and address the group?
Thank you, Padmaja. Namaskaram to everybody here in the room. It's so nice to see, about 30 plus seniors here sitting. It's just a wonderful scene here. Thank you all for joining us. And also, very good morning on a beautiful day to all of those people who are joining us online as well. As Kamala mentioned, this is a series of events that we are launching as part of the Mahakumbhabhishekam. And I wanted to thank the Youth and Education and the Human Services Group, who's put together a wonderful program all day. And I'm sure a lot of work went behind the scenes to kind of put together this. And I know we have a very exciting program throughout the day with some skits and cultural programs. And I was told that the robotics program, which will be around 1 to 2:30, I believe, live stream will be a very significant part of this. Just a little bit about Kumbhabhishekam. This is our third Mahakumbhabhishekam for the temple. We do this every once in 12 years. It's primarily an attempt to sort of renew the temple. It's a requirement, as you all know, from the Hindu religion. And when we were consecrated originally in 1986, the first one went in 1998. We did the second one in 2010. And the third one is 2022. So that is what it is. This is by far probably the largest event that we are launching in the temple, just because it is a significant religious program, but along with it comes, as we are required to sort of renew the temple, we have a fairly big capital program on our hand. What I mean by the capital program is, as we are taking this opportunity to really sort of upgrade our main temple infrastructure. That would include the temple building itself, upgrading the shrines inside, and there are any kind of binnams that we are noticing on the idols. We're fixing all that stuff. So to do all of that, HCCC has put together a committee, which we call the MK Apex Committee, which is 5 of us. There are about 4 other people with me, Sainath Kala, Krishna Chandar, Sri Kumar, and Raj Gopal Kauligi. The 5 of us are kind of responsible for cheerleading this program. And we have about 17 functions under us, one being led by Kamala Shankar for Youth and Education and Human Services, and Padmaja is leading our publicity. So it's about close to 100 people are involved in the planning of this event. We've been working on this for about a year now. And we have about an 8 months runway left in terms of executing the event. So what you will see is, you will see a number of events rolled out in all of these areas. Just last week, our cultural team did a wonderful Carnatic music concert brought to you all from Chennai. Basically, Sikkil Gurucharan came in and actually performed on behalf of Mahakumbhabhishekam. I hope some of you have joined. Similarly, again, I wanted to thank YND for doing this program, and I know they have several events coming up in January and March. In December, we do have an event that's coming up on 12th and 13th. It's called the Balalayam. I'll just say a bit about that. Balalayam is basically, for us to take access to all of the facilities, we would have to basically do a Balalayam. That is scheduled for the 12th and the 13th of December. And there's also a Gita Yagam, a 2 to 3 day Gita Yagam being planned on December 18th, 19th, and 20th. So between now and July 6th of Mahakumbhabhishekam start date, you will see a series of these kind of events in all of these functions. Cultural will have a number of those. YND will have a number of those. Human Services will have number of events. Religious will be having number of events. So just watch for our schedule. They're all we have a landing page for MK on the main website, and everything will be posted. Get to know what we are doing. Inform your friends. Participate in that, it's just one of those programs that we get to watch once in 12 years. So it is a wonderful program. So just be aware of it. And finally, again, I wanted to thank you, Kamala, for putting this team together and for the program together. We're really happy that many of you are coming and participating in this. With that, again, once more, namaskaram and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Srinire Malli Reddy. That was very much, got a lot of insights to the program. And yesterday it was interesting. The seniors were asking, what is this part of? So I'm pretty sure you got a good understanding of what this event is for. And we are going to start with the program put together by the HCCC senior group. And I'm proud to be part of that group as one of the coordinators and helping them out along with Sumanji, who have been a big help and it's so wonderful to see everybody. And I think this was not possible 2 years ago, but it's so nice to hear. And we also have the EC chair, Srimati Usha Ramaswamy here. So it's great to see everybody a part of it. She's a great supporter of this group. And of course, Mr. Anand Gundu, who is also a part of this. So we are a little bit, I say, a family who have come together to put this program. And we'll start with the invocation by Srimati Kamala Shankar.
Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Varana Syamvara Pradam Shri Varana Syamvara Pradam Shri Patapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Varana Syamvara Pradam Shri Patapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Shri Bhutatisam Sevita Charan Panchabhutatisam Sevita Charanam Bhuta Bhautika Prabhancha Bharanam Bhutatisam Sevita Charanam Bhuta Bhautika Prabhancha Bharanam Vitaraginam Vinatayoginam Vitaraginam Vinatayoginam Vishvakaranam Vignavaranam Vitaraginam Vinatayoginam Vishvakaranam Vignavaranam Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Varana Purakumbhasam Bhavamunivara Prabhujitam Trikona Madhyakatam Murari Pramukanyupasitam Mooladhara Kshetra Stitam Varadichatvari Vagatmakam Purakumbhasam Bhavamunivara Prabhujitam Trikonamadhyakatam Murari Pramuranyupasitam Mooladhara Kshetra Stitam Paradichatvari Vagatmagam Pranava Swarupa Vakratundam Pranava Swarupa Vakratundam Pranava Swarupa Vakratundam Niranjanam Nikilatand Kandam Nijavamakara Vidrutekshu Tandam Parambujavasha Bijapuram Parambujamasha Bijapuram Kalusha Viduram Bhutakaram Haradi Guru Gadoshida Bimbam Hamsadvani Bhushita Herambam Vatapi Ganapatim Bhajeham Varana संवरप्रदं श्रीवातापि गणपतिं भजे हम श्री. Padmaja, continue on.
Thank you so much, Kamala Shankar. That was wonderful. The setting the tone. We pray to Lord Ganesha, making sure that the program goes on well. And I think all-day program that Kamala Shankar has put together is going to be very well taken by everybody and the audience. And next, I would like to invite Bhajan on Sri Rama, which is led by Srimati Ranjini ji. And her team, please come here.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Raghuveera Ranadheera Raghukula Rama.
Raghuveera Ranadheera Raghukula Rama.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Dasharatha Nandana Dayabhirama.
Dasharatha Nandana Dayabhirama.
Danava Bharjana Kodanda Rama.
Danava Bharjana Kodanda Rama.
Dasharatha Nandana Dayabhirama.
Dasharatha Nandana
Dayabhirama. Danava Bharjana Kodanda Rama.
Danava Bharjana Kodanda Rama.
Kalyana Rama, Kamaniya Rama.
Kalyana Rama, Kamaniya Rama.
Raghuveera Ranadheera Raghukula Rama. Raghuveera Ranadheera Raghukula Rama. Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
Shri Ramachandra, Jaya Ramachandra.
खाते भी राम कहो, पीते भी राम कहो.
खाते भी राम कहो, पीते भी राम कहो.
सोते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
सोते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
खाते भी राम कहो, पीते भी राम कहो.
खाते भी राम कहो, पीते भी राम कहो.
सोते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
सोते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
बोलो राम 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 राम.
बोलो राम 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 राम.
पढ़ते भी राम कहो, लिखते भी राम कहो.
पढ़ते भी राम कहो, लिखते भी राम कहो.
सुनते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
सुनते भी राम कहो, राम राम राम.
पढ़ते भी राम कहो, लिखते भी राम कहो.
पढ़ते भी राम कहो, लिखते
लिखते भी राम कहो, सुनते भी राम कहो राम राम राम,
सुनते भी राम कहो राम राम राम।
बोलो राम 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 राम,
बोलो राम 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 राम।
उठते भी राम कहो, बैठते भी राम कहो,
उठते भी राम कहो, बैठते भी राम कहो,
दौड़ते भी राम कहो राम राम राम,
दौड़ते भी राम कहो राम राम राम।
उठते भी राम कहो, बैठते भी राम कहो,
उठते भी राम कहो, बैठते भी राम कहो,
दौड़ते भी राम कहो राम राम राम,
दौड़ते भी राम कहो राम राम राम।
बोलो राम 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 राम,
बोलो राम 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 राम।
हंसते भी राम कहो, रोते भी राम कहो,
हंसते भी राम कहो, रोते भी राम कहो,
गाते भी राम कहो राम राम राम,
गाते भी राम कहो राम राम राम।
हंसते भी राम कहो, रोते भी राम कहो,
हंसते भी राम कहो, रोते भी राम कहो,
गाते भी राम कहो राम राम राम,
गाते भी राम कहो राम राम राम।
बोलो राम 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 राम,
बोलो राम 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 राम।
Thank you very much. That was very melodious. This is part of HCCC senior group. We meet every second and fourth Sundays from 11 to 1. This group has become, as I said, a family, and very nicely the seniors got together on Zoom and they did couple of in-person meetings in order to practice this. You can see that how much of effort that has been put together. Next, we're going to have a skit. And this part is very interesting because the seniors participated in the radio show. And this was done by professionals, and they spent probably 6 to 7 weeks in order to work through the skit. And this was also written, we had 2 skits coming out of this radio show. And one was written by Srimati Katyani ji, that was another skit. And this skit, incidentally, is also talking about the elements, and that's why we are bringing forth here. So as we settle to the skit, Prerana, can I ask you to ask a couple of questions on Navagraha? Okay, sorry.
Speak in here, right?
Yours okay? Yeah.
So you want to come here?
Hello. Okay, I hope you guys are familiar with the Navagrahas. We have them in the temple as well. So here are some questions. In what Indian state is there a cluster of the Navagraha temples located? You can raise your hand or just shout it out if you know. Tamil Nadu is correct, yes. Who is Surya the son of? Who are his parents? Surya, Navagraha Surya. Who are his parents? Vivekji. No. And then who is the mother? Yes. So sage Kashyapa and Aditi, yes. Do you want me to go? What do you want? Okay. And how many arms does Surya have and what do they hold? Anyone? 2. No. I heard 2 and 7, no. Anyone, any more guesses? 4. So it's 4 arms, 2 hold lotuses, 1 holds a staff, and another is a chakra. Okay. And one more question. Which Navagraha is associated with war? Anyone else?
Mars.
With war. Mangala. Yes.
That is Mars.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Prerana. She's prepared quite a bit of questions, so we'll keep rotating in between. Next, we're going on to the skit.
Namaste everyone. I am Pushpataara, would like to introduce the drama Climate Change in Kali Yuga is a real deal in today's world. It's created by Kamala Shankar in August 2020. Setting house behind Livermore Siva Vishnu Temple on Goldenrod Street. The participants are Mrs. Jasmine, the teacher, Mrs. Parvati, Jambu, the grandma apple, Ranjani, Jolly, the mama apple, Raksha Bhatt, Joe, the big brother, Justice Nikhil Bhatt, Joy, the little sister and narrator, Usha Nambiar, Jello, the neighbor, Kamala Shankar. The drama is influenced by Panchabhutas. We can see how the 5 major elements influenced the skit by air, fire and water between the sky and the earth. Today, you will know more about Panchabhutas. Though the climatic changes trouble us now and then in the form of floods, hot and cold waves, wildfire, earthquakes, drought, etc. Finally, these Panchabhutas balance everything to be normal. For that, thank God, today we are going to give Panchabhuta Aarti and followed many things. Patiently wait and watch. Thank you all. Now the drama begins.
Hello, class. Joy, can you tell us your story?
Thank you, Mrs. P. Dear class fellows, my name is Joy. I would like to narrate a magical dream that I had 2 weeks ago. I have a vivid memory of this dream. A large cocktail grandma apple tree is located in the backyard of a house behind Livermore Temple on the Golden Rod Street. This apple tree has observed the temple grow and the senior program grow. This grandma cocktail apple tree is loaded with apples. Has Gala red apples, Fuji blue apples, Wacky green apples. A conversation regarding climate change and the environment is taking place, and all the apples are talking non-stop. This magical dream story is called Climate Change in Kali Yuga. I will describe this in 4 scenes. Scene 1. Mommy, I'm turning grey.
Hey, sis is getting grey. She looks funny.
Peace and quiet. What is the ruckus? All of us are grey. It is the ash from all the forest fire in California.
Who caused the fire, Grandma? Where is the emergency kit?
There are some things called humans that have small brains. These humans don't respect nature. Some hooligans and miscreants have started the forest fire.
No, the gods are so mad with these humans, they wanted to punish them. They sent arrows of dry lightning to start the fire.
Humans have no respect for water, air, fire, plants or animals. They do not have respect for each other also. Scientists are saying humans are polluting the environment, causing climate change.
Climate change has created warmer and drier conditions and longer fire season in California.
Scene 2.
Today I plan to make masala dosa for dinner.
Mommy, I want pizza, please.
Sis wants pizza daily. I would rather have curd rice or spaghetti.
Jolly, you make what you have planned. We don't need pizza and spaghetti every day. Just for me, make without onion. Let's talk about climate change. Joy, do you know what is global warming?
No, I don't know about global warming.
People from many countries want to improve the environment. So, many world leaders met and made a Paris Climate Accord.
Ho, 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 I know that in USA, they have in their great wisdom got out of this Paris Accord.
Jolly, thank you for inviting me for masala dosa. I love masala dosa. But I don't believe in global warming. It's all fake news.
As scientists had predicted, the effects of global climate change are now occurring. There is loss of sea ice, accelerated sea level rise, and longer intense heat waves.
Scene 3.
You know, there's going to be an election. You know, that's the talk of the town.
I want Team Blue to win, to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord and work globally to decrease global warming.
No, I want Team Red to win. We don't believe in climate change. It's all natural phenomenon, you know.
Climate change makes forests more vulnerable to fires by increasing temperatures. Wildfire occurrence statewide could increase several folds by the end of the century.
It's all hoax, you know. There's nothing like climate change. It is capitalism which is important. I care for myself, not for rest of the world. Let's drill for oil, cut the forest, create job. Let the stock market boom.
Have you seen the polar bear documentary, Wild Polar Bear, that illustrates increasing sea levels and glacier melting?
Look at more evidence of climate change. Higher temperatures are now causing the snowpack to melt earlier and all at once. Earlier and larger releases of water could overwhelm California's water storage facilities, creating floods, droughts, and water shortages.
We should conserve energy, use hybrid cars, use carpools.
Look at our good neighbor HCCC, Shiva Vishnu Temple. They have installed all solar panels to decrease electricity use. Oh, we should all visit the temple. Let's pray together so the fires end and let us get God's blessings.
No, let's enjoy life. Use electricity as much as we need. Nature has changed in past. Nature will change again. There will be always be fires, floods, droughts, what else? We cannot do anything about it. I wonder if this is all conspiracy theory and not scientific theory.
Please listen to me, Jello. You are being arrogant and refusing to understand what is happening around you, even after seeing ashes fall on you. I am having a feeling that there will be a divine intervention soon and you will be taught a lesson.
Scene 4. Many apples started joining the conversation between Jello and my mama. All the apples started taking sides. Red apples versus blue apples. We hear voices clamoring. The entire tree shakes.
Peace, peace, we need peace, green peace, green peace.
Their voices drown
into the pool,
Their
causing
voices
a huge splash.
Their voices drown each other out. We hear all the apples yelling and screaming, tromping, jumping, creating a ruckus. Many apples fell with a thud into the pool, causing a huge splash. There was silence as many apples fell into the pool. Suddenly, a divine voice came from the pool that was able to convince Jello to change her mind. A loud, booming voice arises from the pool.
I am Justice, Auntie Jello. Auntie Jello, I am an incarnation of Lord Mahavishnu. Because of you, I am in the pool. Due to your misbehavior and starting a fight, many apples have fallen into the pool. But I live in the ocean, so a pool is no problem for me. I warn you, this is my prophecy. If you do not treat nature with respect, you will be burned and thrown into the pool next week.
There was a pin drop silence.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so sorry, my dear Justice. I understand. I have started believing in climate change. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. I will respect nature and my fellow apples. Climate change is indeed real in Kali Yuga.
I am green again. All the grey has been washed away. The water cleared up all the grey on many apples and the grandma tree. Clean water, clean air, clean me. Then Mama and Grandma joined with the other apples in a meditation for peace. All the apples lived in harmony and peace ever after. Jello also has learned to respect nature. The moral I have learned from this magical dream: respect nature. Water, air, fire, earth, and sky should be kept clean and preserved. Finally, yes, I know climate change is a real deal.
That was a wonderful dream. Let us all clap for joy.
Give them another big round of applause. I think all the punchlines, and there was a lot of message. Each of the statements stated by everybody, every participant in this skit, written by Srimati Kamala Shankar, was amazing. Thank you so much. Thanks for the wonderful energy and the message. As we get ready to the next program, I will request Prerana to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Auntie. So, based on that skit, can you guys tell me the 5 Panchabhutas? You can just shout it out, raise your hand, whatever you feel comfortable with. Earth, air, water, fire, and one more. Space. So sky, Akash, sky or space, you can use both. That's what. Okay. Let's see. Which Navagraha serves as a mentor to the Asuras? Shukra is correct. Which Navagraha is Yama's brother? Shani. You guys can just shout it out. Yeah. Who are Shani's parents? Chaya and Surya. Yes, that is correct.
You have to give something, yes.
You can offer the gift. Sorry. Let's see. Can anyone name the Navagrahas? All of them. Surya, Chandra, Mangala, Rahu, Shani, Ketu. Yes. So yeah, Surya, Chandra, Mangala, Buddha, Brihaspati, Shukra, Shani, Rahu and Ketu. And is Rahu the north side of the moon or the south? Rahu is considered the north and the Ketu is the south.
Thank you, Prerana. Another big round of applause for Prerana. Prerana Gundu is a young volunteer, budding volunteer, and she's been involved in the committee for the Youth and Education and Human Services. Thank you, Prerana. And we will still continue, okay? So now we're going to have, we wanted to do this as a debate speech on the 5 elements. So each of the members of this group have really spent some time and taken time to write about the 5 elements. And they're all, if you see, dressed up according to the element. So as they speak, you will see that. And that's the theme that you will see all around in this audience too. You'll see different colors, and at the end of the event, we will talk about the colors. And this debate and speech is moderated by Sri Gautamji. So he will introduce each of the speakers and they will be doing that. So over to you, Gautamji.
Suprabhatam. Thank you, Padmajaji, for giving this opportunity. It is always a pleasure to come and talk to this group. You know, this is one of my favorite teams here in the HCCC. And all the people, most of the people I know, a few people, you know, probably I miss them, but most of them I know. I used to see them week after week. Today, we are going to have, you know, as a part of the MKA program, we are going to learn about the Mahabhutas. So why it is Mahabhutas? What is it going to be? Why it is going to be called like this? So these things that we are going to understand, and our esteemed panelists here are going to explain that. And then we'll try to have some conclusion. If you have any questions, I will take it at the end, and probably we'll one-on-one we can also clarify that. So today we are going to start with Gopal Krishnaji. Gopal Krishnaji, you are going to start with introduction to all the 5 elements, and also a small talk on Akasha. So that is about like, you know, both together about 3 minutes. You can keep it under that. So we have a time limit of 20 minutes for this entire program. So let us all sit together and enjoy and learn something today from this program.
Om Shuklam Baradaram Vishnam Shishivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vigno Pashantaye Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha, Shruti Smriti Purananam Alayam Karunalayam, Namami Bhagavat Pada Shankaram Loka Shankaram, Shankaram Shankaracharyam Keshavam Badarayanam, Sutra Bhashya Krita Vande Bhagavanto Punah Punaha. Good morning. I'll be talking about the origin of the Mahabhutas as described in the Upanishads, as well as explained by Adi Shankara in his text Tattva Bodha. It is the process of creation of the universe, somewhat similar to what the astrophysicists describe as the occurrence of a singularity and the Big Bang. The process starts with understanding Brahman or Atma, the substratum pervading the whole creation. Sarvam Khalvidam Brahma is an Upanishadic statement. The entire universe is Brahman, there is nothing else. Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma. Brahman is the true knowledge and is infinite. Brahman is Nirvikara and not subject to modification and is Nirguna or no qualities. Brahman, however, also has Maya Shakti, and in this form is known as Saguna Brahman. Maya is dependent on Brahman and in the presence of Brahman evolves into the cosmos. Maya Shakti has three qualities, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Saguna Brahman also is known as Ishvara, has form and assumes names and forms in its manifestations. The process of creation is delineated in the Brahmanandavalli part of Taittiriya Upanishad. Some of you may have heard this being chanted during the Abhishekam for Balaji. Tasmadva etasmad atmana akashas sambhutah akashad vayuh vayoragnihi agnerapah adbhya prithvi prithivya oshadayah oshadhibhyonnam annat purushah. This is described as the process of creation. The first stage, from this Maya Shakti of Saguna Brahman or Nirguna Brahman, Akasha or space is first created. From Akasha evolves Vayu or air. From Vayu, Agni or fire is formed. From Agni, Apaha or water is derived. From Apaha, Prithvi or earth is formed. So these are the Pancha Mahabhutas. These are also known as the Sukshma Pancha Mahabhutas because in this Sukshma or subtle form, they are also known as Tanmatras and is not perceptible to senses. The Tanmatras, the five Pancha Mahabhutas, have some properties. Akasha has sound, Vayu has sound and touch, Agni has sound, touch and form, Apaha sound, touch, form and taste, and Prithvi sound, touch, form, taste and smell. These form the Sukshma Sharira or subtle body and are called Jnanendriyas. The second stage of creation, from the Sattva Guna of the Jnanendriyas are born the Sukshma Sharira, organs of hearing, the ear, organ of touch, the skin, organs of seeing, eyes, organ of taste, tongue, or organ of smell, nose, respectively. From the Rajoguna of the Jnanendriyas are born the Karmendriyas, speech, mouth, grasping, hands, location, legs, genitals, and the anus. From the Tamoguna of the Jnanendriyas, grossification of the above happens through a process called Panchikarana, and this is described by Shankaracharya in Tattvabodha. Panchikarana or grossification happens as follows. From the tamas aspect of each Pancha Mahabhuta, the elements, one half remains intact, the other half of each divides into 4 equal parts into 1/8 parts. Intact half of each combines with 1/8 of either of the other 4 elements into one gross element. So the gross Vayu consists of 1/2 of Vayu itself and then 1/8 of subtle space, 1/8 of subtle fire, 1/8 of subtle water, 1/8 of subtle earth. So this is the way in which what is not perceptible becomes perceptible. And this is called Panchikarana, or the process of grossification of what is Sukshma or not visible. The final stage of creation is actually a permutation and combination of all the gross elements. And this creates the gross body in its final form. The individual gross body is part of the gross body, and the individual subtle body is also part of the gross subtle body. Everything in existence consists of the Sukshma and Sthula Panchabhutas in different combinations. The original cause of all of this creation is Brahman only. The next speakers will be talking about the individual Panchabhutas. Thank you.
Dhanyavadaha. Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause for Gopal Krishna ji. So he actually completely, concisely put everything into that. Already the information has been given. Now I was wondering like what else we have to learn. So let us go ahead and see the next one, Pancha Mahabhuta, Agni, is being, the next is Vayu, right? Madhavanji?
Yeah, Vayu I will be talking. That is second, after the...
Oh, after this, okay.
Agni.
Second is Anjali ji, Agni you will be talking.
Okay, but she will talk first.
Namaste, good morning everybody. Agni is a Sanskrit word and fire is an English word. I'm going to talk about the fire. Fire is one of the most important forces on the earth. Fire has been an asset to the human beings for thousands of years. Fire plays one of the most profound roles in our lives as human beings. Fire has been enormous benefits to humankind. Fire can be constructive force, but if not controlled, it can be a destructive force. The ability to effectively manage and manipulate the fire has led to many great life enhancements such as heating, cooking, smoke signaling, and managing the landscapes. The use of the fire by humans has long been considered as a defining property of intelligence, separating us from the animals. However, it can become extremely dangerous and damaging to people, infrastructure, and the environment when it isn't managed carefully. It is used in ceremonies and religious occasions. Fire is a constant presence in our lives, while we had to be careful not to let it go out of our control. We also need to use it constantly for heat, for health, cooking, warmth, and our lives. Fire has been an integral part of human ceremonies and religion for many, many years, as I mentioned earlier. Fire is a constant presence in our lives. Using fire to boil water is to purify our water for our health. While we had to be careful not to let it go out of our control, we also need to use it constantly for health, cooking, warmth, and life. Fire symbolizes many things, including passion, desire, rebirth, eternity, destruction, hope, health, and purification. Fire has been used by human beings for more than 400,000 years. Our ability to control fire is linked to our ability to evolve as human beings. The common uses of the fire as follows, as you all know. Fire is used for cooking. Fire is also used to keep our house warm during the winter. It's called fireplaces. Fire is also used to generate electricity through coal. Fire is used to light up the surroundings. Fire is used to burn the waste materials. Fire is far more powerful and far more needed than just being light in the darkness, warm in the cold. In some ways, it provides teachings and medicines. Even today, fire supports even everything in our lives. We use it for everything. Cooking, again, repeat, creating metal building structures, generating electricity on a large industrial scale, making medicines, and of course, staying warm. While the fire is a constant threat to our lives, it also gives us the quality of life today we enjoy. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Let us give a round of applause. That is a lot of things covered in as a part of the fire. Now the next Pancha Mahabhuta, Vayu, Sri Madhavanji.
Okay. Hari Om. Air. Air is one of the Panchabhutams item which is very important or items for the living elements in the world. When a living element is born, the first thing will be breathing in, taking oxygen from the air. And the last thing before death will be breathe out the carbon dioxide. This process is continued from the birth till the death. So without the fire, life cannot exist, but still the unfortunate thing is man is polluting the air with carbon dioxide and other gases by way of transportation and so many other processes. We are also threatened by global warming. This will hurt everybody more and more unless everybody takes every possible action to reduce the pollution of air. May God help us for this to happen.
Super. Dhanyavadah. Thank you, Madhavanji. And it is a really, new dimensions we have been hearing. Like, it is like all about fire and air and akash, everything we know, but still we are getting to know the, newer dimensions of it. Now, moving on to water element, Sheila ji. Srimati Sheila ji.
Dear friends, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak about an important element in Panchabhuta, that is Jala, water. Scientifically speaking, as we know, a water molecule, H2O, has 2 atoms of hydrogen and 1 atom of oxygen. Water covers about 71% of our planet Earth. If you look beyond our planet Earth, that is into space, when scientists and space engineers explore other planets, for example, Mars, they look for water. One of the main things they look for is water. Finding of water will help them determine if life exists or not. Now, the human adult body itself has about 60% of water. As a general rule of thumb, a person can survive without water for about 3 to 4 days, whereas he or she can survive more than 3 to 4 days without food. This tells us how important water is for our survival. The water manifests in the secretion of juices in our digestive tract, also in salivary glands, in mucous membrane, in plasma and body cells. Water is absolutely vital for the functioning of the tissues and organs of our body, and of course for our survival. Ayurveda believes in the concept of microcosm, meaning a person is a small sample of the world that we live in. Just like the environment we live is made up of 5 basic elements of Pancha, that is Akasha, Agni, Vayu, water, Jala, and Prithvi, so are we who live on this earth. I would like to recite a couple of Sanskrit shlokas, and these shlokas are given to me by my Sanskrit guru. Kshitijala pavaka gagana samira, pancha rachita ati adhama sharira. Meaning, if you do good deeds with this body, pouring water on the fire. That's how the Ayurveda principle compares. Now, let's not forget Varuna, the god of ocean, that is water. We worship him as a way of respecting and thanking him for this precious gift, an element of Panchabhuta. We should continue to show respect to God Varuna by conserving and not polluting the water around us. Thank you.
Dhanyavadah, Sheila ji. And it is very interesting that some of the shlokas, taught by your teacher, you are able to recollect and, recite here. It is really nice to know. Definitely, I have to come back and talk to you on the first shloka, which I myself doesn't know. Second one, at least, it is a popular one. Again, a good round of applause for Sheila ji. Thank you very much. Now, the next element, Earth, Srimati Nagaratna ji.
Namaskara. Om Vasundharaya Vidmahi Bhuta Tatraya Dhimahi Tanno Bhumi Prachodayat. The divine reveals the glories of this universe to mankind through Prakriti or nature. It presides over the destinies of all the creatures. Earth is a planet we are closest to home with. It doesn't always represent the physical Earth, but that part of us which is stable, solid, and dependable. Earth is the abundance of prosperity and wealth. Earth is an element as well. It is associated with late summer season, which is dampness. It is also associated with our pancreas, stomach, which is related to the mouth. Earth provides us all our needs. Also associated with our Muladhara chakra or root chakra. The signs of the zodiac, Virgo and Capricorn, are related to the element earth. According to Hindu scriptures, the entire cosmic creation begins from the Pancha mahabhutas or the 5 elements: Prithvi, earth, ether, akash, vayu, air, agni, fire, jal, water. They account for Shabda, the sound, Sparsha, the touch, Rupa, sight, Rasa, taste, Gandha, the smell. The 5th element, Prithvi, or earth, is related to smell or nose. The other elements of our body are bones, tissues, and teeth. Earth is the most subtle element. Each element, in turn, is used to create the other element. Earth can be perceived by all 5 senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. All the external organs which enable us to interact with the material objects of the world, like eyes, ear, nose, skin, and tongue, are called Jnanendriyas, or organs of cognition. The internal organs of action that facilitates our sensory contact with the outer world, like speech, mouth, grasping hands, walking, feet, procreation, reproductive organs, are all called karmendriyas. Karmendriyas perform acts in the world and receive knowledge, whereas the Jnanendriyas discriminate good and bad through the mind and offer them to the Atma. The combined operations of all these sense organs account for the human personality. The smell is associated with earth element. Particles of matter of the earth impinge on the sensitive cells within the nose. This is recognized as smell by the brain center, which receives the sensory impulses from the nose through the nerves. Any imbalance in the 5 elements creates disharmony in the universe, like disasters and diseases in the human body. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, the 5 elements, along with mind, intellect, and ego sense, constitute the lower nature. Know my higher nature, which is pure consciousness. Just as the universe is made up of 5 elements, the mind is also made up of 5 elements. Depending on which element dominates, the individual experiences, moods, and sensation. When the earth element is dominant, feeling of heaviness, total discomfort or discomfort can happen. To have a balancing effect on the body and mind, yoga and pranayama are adapted. By earth, it is not merely the physical terrain of the human body, but it is the strength of mind, determination, and uninterrupted advancement towards the goal. Narayana means son of man, path of man, eternal man, indicating the earth. The Muladhara chakra, or the root chakra, represents stability and support. This is an indication of earth. There are 3 doshas in our body: Vata, Pitta, Kapha, meaning air, bile, and phlegm. Each dosha has specific organs where it is found. If the imbalance between the doshas are disturbed external and internal disharmony is created and results in disease. The apana, one of the 5 pranavayus, is located in the lower extremities of the body, which is excretion, is also related to the earth element. With relation to Vastu, the earth represents stability, balance, dominates center and diagonal directions. When it is in balance, stability and peace of harmony is induced. Since earth is connected to all 5 senses of the human body, sleeping with the head to the south helps us to draw positive energy. Lord is the inner energy hidden in the 5 elements. As the creator, understanding inner energy creates balancing effect in the 5 elements, which leads to Sthita Purusha. Thank you.
Very enlightening. Dhanyavadaha, Nagaratna ji. Let us give a round of applause for Srimati Nagaratna ji again. And I'm just going to summarize, I'm going to take a couple of minutes to summarize like what all happened in today's this one. So when Kamalaji has adopted this Mahabhutas as one of the themes here, I was really excited because this is one of the things which has not been addressed much. We all know Shiva, we all know Narayana, and we all go to the prayer, and there is no specific Panchabhutas are there in the temple to worship also, right? So, I really was, thinking about it, and there are a lot of, if you see our Vedic references to that are like immense. Like, we have right from Upanishads to Vedas to Upanishads to Puranas, and as well as Itihasas also, they glorify the Panchamahabhutas. And without Panchamahabhutas, the existence is not there. So everything, right after the Supreme God, whoever you think, like, if you feel Mahavishnu is the Supreme God or Shiva is the Supreme God, it doesn't really matter. The Supreme God, after that, the next stage is the creation. As a part of the creation, Panchamahabhutas are the main, elements. We call it elements and main things that we have to understand. And the esteemed panel here already covered most of it, like, in all the details. I'll just go quickly, a couple of references here. One is, like Gopal Krishna ji was mentioning, in the Taittiriya Upanishad, it comes, Tasmadva etasmad atmana akashas sambhutaha akashadvayuhu vayoragnihi agneraapaha adbhya prithvi prithivyaoshadayaha oshadayorannam annat purusha vidhayeva esha purusha thava esha purusha vidhayeva. So what it means is basically like it is actually in the Western science so far which has not identified is that how the each of these elements, they all know that, okay, the elements, when even in the West, they are considered only 4 elements. Then nobody says that Akasha is an element. So the Akasha means it is like the Akasha, the space between you, the space in the universe, and the space inside the body between every cell or inside the cell, there is a space. Without the space, there is nothing can happen. So to rejuvenate this space, there is a certain ritual, certain, prayers required for that. And for what is this represents, each of these things, even in the Tarka Shastra, when it comes to, and there it says that Prutivyaptejo ayur akasha kala digatma manamsi iti navaiva dravyani. They say dravyas are, dravya means like things. The things that are, there are 9 things they say, as a part of this one, and in that 5 are our main elements. And also, you also know that Shabdakke Paurusham Rushu in Bhagavad Gita comes. So, Mahavishnu himself, Bhagavan himself tells that, I am the Shabdaha Khe. Khe means Akasha. So, Kha is a Khaha. That one letter word is called Akasha. So, from that Akasha, whatever the sound comes, in the Akasha, the sound is there, that sound is me. And Shabdakke Paurusham Rushu. And there are several references about water or Jalam and everything. And just I'm giving one sample of it here. And also, like if you take that in Narayana Upanishad, and Kham Vayur Jyotirapa Pruthivi Vishwasya Dharini. So, all Kham, Vayu, Jyoti, Rapa, Prithvi, Vishwas. If you, there are mentioned, it is mentioned everywhere. And if you start looking into it, the explanation is everywhere about it. And it is, one has to learn about it, know about it, meditate about it. And there is a reference in Kavya Darsha. It says that, and I'm taking the Shabda as an important one, Shabda Brahman. Shabda Brahman is the Nada Brahman or Pranava, we say, right? The Pranava is the Onkara. And what is this importance of it is, in Dandi, Dashakumar Charita, who wrote Dashakumar Charita, is a great, author and a poet. And so the Dashakumar Charita, after writing, he wrote something called Kavya Darsha, which is a treatise on the Alankar Shastra. So in that he says, one of the first shlokas, he says, Idamandhan tamakritsnam jayeta bhuvanadvayam bhuvanatrayam yadi shabdahvayam jyotihi asamsaran nadipyate. Means this whole universe would have plunged into darkness if not for that one thing which is there, which is called sound. So the sound, importance of the sound is emphasized again and again. So that's the reason in Hindu rituals or Hindu, as a part of the our Vedic culture, the sound has been given the utmost priority among all other things also, because just one, like, you can just talk, you can sing, you can do the chanting and prayer and make sure that everything is, all the things, all the molecules of the body are vibrated with that. So, and then in Chandogya Upanishad about water, it has been told. Water is like apa, treda, vidhi, ante, like 3 types it becomes the water. Water becomes first becomes the blood, and next it becomes the urine, and the third it becomes the sukshma parta, it becomes the prana. That's why it is called as a prana. Prana is, that's why when we are very thirsty and, we are, I'm about to die, like, give me a glass of water, my prana is going, right? In Telugu also, pranam potondi plus little bit water. So, so that is the importance of these things. See, these are physical elements, and the elements refers to are very subtle elements. What we are talking about, the subtle elements. So when we say water, that is a prana, that is the subtle portion of it. Agni is also similarly, we have physical Agni we see, and more than the physical Agni, the internal Agni, Jataragni and Vaishwanaragni are also importantly, it has been told in Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita and everywhere. And we don't need to tell much about anything on Vayu and subtle portion of the Vayus. And there are, we can even talk about this alone, subject alone, for at least, half a day, just to sit, and then half a day discussions can be done. So with the time constraints, I have to stop here. So what, we have to take away from this is that the one last thing I want to tell is that Ishvara, Saguna Brahman, Nirguna Brahman, you brought out a very good point, Gopal Krishnji. So this is the Saguna Brahman and Nirguna Brahman, from there it is coming, right? So who is Saguna Brahman, Nirguna Brahman? For most of South India, we know that Ishvara is, Parameshwara, Mahashiva we consider. So for the Shivas, one time there was an argument between Shiva and Parvati about, like, who is great, like, is this Pancha Mahabhutas, whether, great or not. So with each one of them, she quizzed Paramashiva, and she did a meditation of Shiva based on that particular element. And that meditation places that took place are called Pancha Mahabhuta sthalams, which are currently in India there. And there are 4 temples associated with that are in Tamil Nadu, one is in Andhra. And to give the quick representation of that, the first one is called the Akasha, the earth element. The earth element is taken at she did the meditation in Kanchipuram in a place called Ekambareshwara temple, which is there, the Shiva's temple. And then the water element, we have the Jambukeshwara temple is there. And also third one is Agni. Agni Linga is Arunachalam, Tiruvannamalai, and Vayu. And I think there is already a poster, it looks like it's been made, and you can also see that. It's interesting. I didn't see this. So the next one is, Agni is Tiruvannamalai, and everybody, if you have know the South India, they go around the the hill itself as the Arunachaleshwar temple. And then the fourth one is the Vayu. Vayu temple is Kalahasti. And I have seen myself like 4 of them except for the Jambukeshwar temple. So the Vayu temple, you can close every door there, and the air coming out of the lingam, will be flickering all the light, deepa. They will be putting the deepa, right? So the deepa is getting, that flickering will come even if you close everything, and there is no air anywhere, and that air is coming from, it is proven that it is coming from the, Shivalinga. So nobody touches that. Even the priest also, they don't touch on a daily basis. It's like kind of one sheath is provided around it, and all the abhishekam, alankara will be done for that one. So you are not going to touch also, because air is something that you cannot, perceive that. The last one is the Chidambaram, Akashalinga. So I don't know, the people, they say that the Chidambar Rahasyam is there, right? What is the Chidambar Rahasyam? Is that Akasha is the Rahasyam. That is the one which is most difficult to understand. And that lingam is there and there. But there is no lingam there. So it is actually an empty space they do the puja. And that is the Akasha lingam. But that is not shown to everyone on every day, and some special occasions in open. Otherwise, it's only to the Nataraja Swami they do all the utsavas, pujas and everything to that. So, so this is in our culture, it is embedded. This whole Panchabhuta thing is completely embedded in our culture. And, we have to literally, not just people sitting here, everybody actually who is interested in our Hindu culture, our Upanishads, our Vedas, first they need to try to understand that. That's why Tarkasangraha also very much importance is given to first these elements, 5 elements. And with that, Dhanyavadaha. Thanks for the HCCC and all the coordinators, Kamlaji, Padmajaji, everyone, and all the panelists. Dhanyavadaha. Nice seeing you all again. And I really appreciate all of you taking time and discussing about this.
Thank you very much, Gautam. That was wonderful. I think this whole speech, you can understand how much of emphasis on the 5 elements, and this whole program is emphasis on Pancha Mahabhuta. And then we had quiz by Prerana. We're going to end this program with Aarti. So I thank everybody for this wonderful discussion. We did want to make it as a debate, but then we just did this as a discussion. And thanks everybody for taking the time and providing insights to each of the elements. Thank you. A big round of applause for everybody. Give us 1 minute as we set the Aarti here. Yeah.
I know. Don't worry about that. I know.
I think everybody has a question about where the photos will be. We'll create an album, okay? And I will circulate it within the senior groups, and that link will be available for everybody. And this has been amazing. So just we'll start the Aarti in a few.
Shri Panchabhutaya Shanti, Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. वसुंधराय विद्महे भूतगात्राय धीमहि तन्नो भूमि प्रचोदयात् तन्नो भूमि प्रचोदयात् सृष्टिमूलकर्ताय जीवमातृस्वरूपिणी याः सहन प्रतिरूपाय धरणीभूताय शान्तये श्रीसृष्टिमूलकर्ताय जीवमातृस्वरूपिणी याः सहन प्रतिरूपाय धरणीभूताय शान्तये जलबिम्बाय विद्महे नीलपुरुषाय धीमहि तन्नो वरुण प्रचोदयात् तन्नो वरुण प्रचोदयात् प्राणदाराय वरुणाय प्रकृतिपुरुष विकासाय पापसंहारनतिरूप जलभूताय शान्तये प्राणदाराय वरुणाय प्रकृतिपुरुष विकासाय पापसंहारनतिरूप जलभूताय शान्तये महाज्वालाय विद्महे अग्निदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो अग्नि प्रचोदयात् तन्नो अग्नि प्रचोदयात् ज्ञानरूपाय देवाय यज्ञसम्पूर्णप्राप्तये देवता तृप्तिकाराय अग्निभूताय शान्तये ज्ञानरूपाय देवाय यज्ञसम्पूर्णप्राप्तये देवता तृप्तिकाराय अग्निभूताय शान्तये अन्तवासाय विद्महे उग्ररूपाय धीमहि तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् तन्नो वायु प्रचोदयात् भीमहनुमा जन्मकार श्वास प्राण अपानाय बुद्धिभाव समानाय वायुभूताय शान्तये भीमहनुमा जन्मकार श्वास प्राण अपानाय बुद्धिभाव समानाय वायुभूताय शान्तये आकाशाय च विद्महे नीलवर्णाय धीमहि तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् तन्नो गगन प्रचोदयात् मूलवर्णाव्यापिताय सृष्टिपितृस्वरूपाय सूर्यचन्द्रग्रहगमनाय गगनभूताय शान्तये मूलवर्णाव्यापिताय सृष्टिपितृस्वरूपाय सूर्यचन्द्रग्रहगमनाय गगनभूताय शान्तये शान्ति शान्ति
सप्तऋषि शान्ति
नक्षत्र शान्ति
नक्षत्र शान्ति
नवग्रह शान्ति
नवग्रह शान्ति
अंतरिक्ष शान्ति
अंतरिक्ष शान्ति
बृहस्पति शान्ति
बृहस्पति शान्ति
इंद्र शान्ति
इंद्र शान्ति
यक्ष गंधर्व शान्ति
यक्ष गंधर्व शान्ति
वास्तु शान्ति
वास्तु शान्ति
पर्वत शान्ति
पर्वत शान्ति
वृक्ष शान्ति
वृक्ष शान्ति
मार्ग शान्ति
मार्ग शान्ति
स्थान शान्ति
स्थान शान्ति
अपमृत्यु शान्ति
अपमृत्यु शान्ति
ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ सर्वदोष शान्ति काम शान्ति क्रोध शान्ति लोभ शान्ति मोह शान्ति मदमच्छर्य शान्ति नागद्वेष शान्ति मदविभेद शान्ति सर्वेषां स्वस्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां शान्तिर्भवतु सर्वेषां पूर्णं भवतु सर्वेषां मङ्गलं भवतु पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Hello. Thank you everyone for coming. And just wanted to let you guys know that we do have a YouTube page. It's called Livermore Temple. So if you type it into YouTube, please subscribe. This event will be on there. So you can always go back, share it with your friends, family. You can rewatch whatever we did in person. So Livermore Temple is the YouTube page name. Please subscribe. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prerana. Thank you, everybody. That was a wonderful event today. Give a big applause. Lot of work has been done. It's like weeks that has been spent in practice, putting forth this event. But I think a great thank you and applause to Yugender ji and Vivek, who has manned this event live stream. And I think this is the first Mahakumbhabhishekam event which is from HCCC broadcast to everybody. It is an amazing effort, and and that would not been possible without Yugender and Vivek. Thank you very much. Anand has been a great support for us all the way through, helping us from the decorations yesterday. All this was put together yesterday. And Krishna Kanakaratnam ji, he helped set up the mic, making sure everybody can hear. And that is the work that happens at HCCC. You don't have to call anybody, it just goes on with everybody's support. So 3 cheers to our HCCC seniors group. Thank you so much. And yeah, Raksha ji reminded me of the colors that we have all been wearing. So can you all the water who are in blue, please stand up. Okay? Yeah, all the water, okay? And then we have Agni, which is red. Come on here, everybody. Agni. Then we have Earth, which is green. Earth, green. Vayu, yellow. And then space, white. Okay? So all of this wonderful colors, and then, of course, Kamala Shankar has to be unique. She has all the colors. She has all the 5 colors. That shows the enthusiasm that she has for everything. So I will request all the seniors to come here so we take a group picture, please. We need this. Katyani auntie, please. We want you also, Satya uncle. Everybody, yes. All of you, please come the other side to take a group picture. Anand, we request you also here. All of us. I don't know who will be taking the picture, but we need everybody here. This wonderful group of the devotees of HCCC has put together a wonderful program. So a big applause to them. Those who can sit, Prerana, let us sit in the front.
Oscar, come. Give the picture. Come,
Can you all see here, please? Just one step. Auntie, you're very behind. Can you come little front? I want to see everybody here.
ये बोलो गणेश महाराज की जय। जय।
One more, I want to give you two.
They follow HCC senior group.
जय। गणपति पापा
मोरया।
गणपति पापा
मोरया।
All right. You come, Bhaskar.
Hey, Bhaskar. Good singing. He's there. That's the day.
So a quick announcement before we all you can take some group pictures, and then lunch is being served, okay, in the meeting room, okay. So please make sure you have your lunch, and Usha ji and Usha Ramaswamy and Suman ji are going to hand out some goodies to everybody. Thank you.
What happened? What are you going to do?
This is Krishna Chandra. I am part of the Mahakumbhabhishekam committee, Apex committee rather, at the Shiva Vishnu Temple, Livermore, California. Recently, I was asked by Dr. Kamala Shankar to give a brief talk on what is Mahakumbhabhishekam. What is Mahakumbhabhishekam? It is nothing but similar to the remodeling, refinishing, replacements, refining that we do in our homes, factories, offices, buildings, structures, roads, bridges, etc. Similarly, in the Hindu temples, every 12 years, there has to be a refinement, refreshment, replacement, remodeling as required to not only to the main deities and idols, but also the structures and surroundings of the temple. So this is dictated by Agama or Hindu scripture rules. So we do that, and what we do is in basically looking and examining some of the idols and make sure that they are still intact. If not, repair them with something called Ashtabandhana and a 5-part glue. But at the same time, we have to remember that the deities have divine powers. So these are transferred into copper kalashas containing holy waters. So in those last 5 days, the divine powers are transferred into those kalashas and stored in an interim temple called Balalayam. And this is in the beginning of the Mahakumbhabhishekam dates that you see above me, July 6th through the 10th. And once the repairs are done inside the Garbhagraham or inner sanctum with using Ashtabandhanam. And this job is done mostly by the Shilpis and artisans, Hindu temple artisans, Shilpis, and their and the Stapati as their guide. This repair, once is completed, restored back, then the divine powers are transferred back into the idols, the main idols, murtis of the temple. And as the days progress from the 6th to the 10th, you will see the energy flowing back from the Balalayam back to the main idols. And so this 5 days is really an exciting event to watch and admire, and at the same time seek the blessings of the lords of the temple, mainly Shiva and Vishnu and their other deities in the temple. So come visit them, and thank you for listening. Hello, my name is Krishna Chandra, and I'm here at the request of Dr. Kamala Shankar, who's the committee chair for the human services offerings from Shiva Vishnu Temple's Mahakumbhabhishekam program. For one of our upcoming events, he wanted to introduce somebody who can talk and cover Vedantam. and Panchamabhutam topics. When she mentioned the name of this person, I was thrilled and my jaws fell, because this is a person that I admire and have listened to his lectures in the last 5 to 6 years. And one amazing personality. He is none other than Sri Kumar Padmini. To give a background about him, he had his schooling done back from Bangalore and Madras, and graduated from DMIT in an electronics degree, and came and started working for Hewlett-Packard here, and rose rapidly as a technologist and technocrat. And all this was happening, and one day he had a call, a beckoning, and we don't know the background of that, but from his lectures, I understand that this is how one should surmise it, that he started delving into books of and writings of and classes of Swami Chinmayananda and Swami Dayanand Saraswati. And once he realized that life is not just technology per se, he took voluntary retirement from HP and decided to go into understanding more of Vedantam and spirituality, as the Hindu tradition, Sanatana Dharma, tells us. So at this point, we have a person who took early retirement from Hewlett-Packard and goes around and gives lectures, incessant lectures, almost every day every weekend, he's busy giving lectures and enthralling people who listen to him. To give you an example, he has taken me all the way from Earth to the deep end of the black hole and brought me back. And such is this amazing ride that he takes you along, okay? And this is how one can conjure up as to what this universe is all about. And that's what he does for us. By the same token, he can bring you all the way from the black hole up through the universe to the deep inner meanings of your heart, your inner consciousness, and let you know that the universe is made up of many such elements of inner hearts and consciousness. By the same token, he's a man down to earth, friend, and easy to talk to. So I'm sure that his talk on this Panchabhuta is going to be one thrilling ride for all of us. So without much ado, I would like to introduce Sri Kumar Padmini. Thank you for this opportunity.
Namaste. Thank you, Krishnaji. I consider your introduction as an honor. Thank you, sir. As you know, this too is Ishwar Kripa. Namaste, Kamalaji. Namaste to all of you. I'm Kumar Padmini. I have been teaching basic Vedanta topics and Bhagavad Gita as formal courses at the Livermore Temple since the past 7 years. Please join me for this talk about the Vedantic concept called Pancha Mahabhuta. First and foremost, permit me to thank Srimati Kamala Shankar for providing me an opportunity to present my view about this topic. Kamalaji is the Mahakumbhabhishekam Youth and Education Human Services Subcommittee Chair of the Hindu Community and Cultural Center, Livermore, as Sri Krishnaji was mentioning. Come then, let us explore Panchamahabhuta together. We will look at this topic from the following 4 perspectives. Number 1, what is Panchamahabhuta and why should we be interested? Number 2, what is the genesis of Panchamahabhuta? Or let us look at how Panchamahabhuta became a fact of Sanatana Dharma We will apply the principles of quantum mechanics in a simpler language, no need to worry, as the rishis of ancient India envisioned, or as our ancient seers saw. So, number 3, how does knowing Panchamahabhuta benefit you and me, even to this day, as a fabric of our life and living? If time permits, lastly, number 4, let us try a simple contemplation technique called Brahmopasana to validate the benefits. So, what is Panchamahabhuta? Panchamahabhuta is the basic constitution of the universe according to the vision of the rishis. In Sanskrit, we could either say Panchamahabhuta, or when it comes to the South Indian languages, most of us add an to the Sanskrit words, such as Bhuta becomes Bhutam, Sukta becomes Suktam, Samskrita becomes Samskritam, Abhisheka becomes Abhishekam. And therefore, nothing to worry about Panchamahabhuta or Panchamahabhutam. It's just regional pronunciation. In Sanskrit, and in this context, Pancha means 5. Maha means great. And Bhuta means existence of elements in the universe from primordial times and even up to this date or moment. So what are the Panchabhuta or 5 elements? Akasha, space. Air, Vayuhu, or gaseous state, if you will. Number 2. Number 3, fire, heat, or tejas. Number 4, apaha, water or liquid. And finally, number 5, it is the earth or solidity or solid. Why are the Panchabhuta great? Again, 3 reasons. Number 1, they are primordial and exist even to this day as they are, or in some compound form. They are all pervading, ubiquitous, or omnipotent wherever we are. That's number 2. And number 3, they form a symbiotic macro energy system that could be poetically visualized as an enormous egg or Brahmanda in Sanskrit. So, why should we be interested in Panchamahabhuta? Or, as they say, what have we got to do with the price of rice in China? Again, 3 reasons. They're all pervasive. We are permanently connected with them. And we have an inhering effect, or we inherit effectively the Panchamahabhutas. So let us look at this in detail. First and foremost, the Panchamahabhuta are all pervasive, even to the extent of making up our own individual constitution as humans. So physically, we are part of the macro. Number 2, physically speaking again, every one of us is permanently connected to the Panchamahabhuta, or we are part of the environment wherever we are, the macro-micro connectivity, if you will. And number 3, when we envision Panchamahabhuta as an energy system of the universe, its dynamic energy has an inherent effect on our own constitution of energy. For instance, as the climate or weather changes, so does the human behavior too. In summary, each of us is eternally connected as part of the intelligent order of the universe, physically as matter and as potentially energy. Therefore, as human beings, we are Sanatana Dharmis in play, if you will, since time immemorial. Next, let us first set up an experimental paradigm to understand the genesis of Panchamahabhuta. please involve with me, even though I call this as a quantum mechanics laboratory setup. You'll understand easily, nothing to worry. Number one, we need the scientist who is part of the lab setup, right? Therefore, this is the Rishi, known as the Drik in Sanskrit, or observer or visualizer of the outcome. Number two, we need the object to be inquired about. This is the universe known as Drishya in Sanskrit. Fundamentally, our inquiry is about the basic building blocks or elementary aspect of the universe. Therefore, now we have a paradigm that has a Drik, the scientist as observer, and Drishya, the scenario or the universe as the observed, and therefore we have what is called the Drik Drishya experimental paradigm. That's simple. Wow. Doesn't this remind some of us who are aware of quantum mechanics to remember the early 19th century Copenhagen Convention, where the Nobel Prize-winning physicist von Neumann and Wigner had an interpretation for the quantum mechanics, which is applicable today for the Drishya paradigm, and therefore we're discussing that. And what does it mean? For those of us who are not familiar, their interpretation at the convention simply meant that for any experiment that is conducted, the human consciousness or the human being as the observer must be taken into consideration in the whole experimentation, and therefore the consciousness of human being causes the effect of the observed or whatever is the outcome of the experiment. In other words, the observer and the observed must be taken in totality. Isn't this great of the rishis? Even without mentioning in these terms, they envisioned in quantum mechanics paradigm about the universe. So let us take a closer look at the Drik observer and Drishya observed. Drik is intrinsically sentience, consciousness, awareness, or Chaitanya Shakti. Number two, Drik is aware of his or her existence and any existence that's outside the Drik. Most importantly, number three, the Drik need not necessarily know the outside existence, which means the Drik or the observer, the Rishi, can stay independent. Now, let us look at the Drishya in contrast. Number one, the Drishya is insentient, not conscious, not consciousness or knowingness or awareness or Chaitanya Shakti. Therefore, it is Jada in Sanskrit, insentient. Number two, the Drishya is not aware of its existence. It needs an observer. In other words, its existence has to be validated and conveyed by someone, such as an instrument of measurement. Number three, the Drishya will remain unknown, undiscovered, not validated, not accredited as existing. In other words, Drishya, the universe or object in our case, needs essentially as a necessity a seer, a rishi at least, or human consciousness to validate its existence. Now, to interpret the results of this quantum experiment, we need, as you would have expected, measurement tools, the measures, and the metrics that are involved in the whole measurement. Of course, the rishis did not use English words to come up with such terms. However, their effort, their interpretation, and what they left as legacy for you and me today are totally compliant with the current model of quantum mechanics and of quantum experimentation in terms of measurement and interpretation in totality. Now, next, let's pay attention to the quantum measurement of metrics. I'm not making it complicated, nothing to fear. We'll go step by step, so please be with me. So, our measure and metrics are focused on the elements of the universe, right? Okay, so the measurement tool, if you will, is the Rishi's consciousness. The Rishi's consciousness inquired, intellectualized, or measured the observed object of the experiment. Simple. Then, the Rishi had sense organs through which the Rishi sensed the universe and was able to provide an understanding of the universe as it is or as it exists. As it is, as existence. Very important. You'll notice why towards the end. Therefore, it is the sensation or electrical impulses conveyed by the 5 sensory organs of the human being that provide the obvious experience of the environment or the universe around the Rishi. Therefore, the sensory organs of the Rishis are the input to the measurement apparatus, the Rishi or his or her human consciousness. See? In summary, therefore, the sensory organs known as knowledge organs or jnana indriya of the human being is its input. And the expressible thoughts as perceptions and concepts of the Rishi are the output, right? Therefore, the output is an expression of thought, word, and concepts that the Rishis formed by their human consciousness, and that is, if you will, a measurement dial, so to say. Therefore, the measures are the 5 sensations, and the metric is the expression of the Rishis as words, right? Now, more specifically, the measures are sense of sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. Shabda, sparsha, rupa, rasa, gandha. They provide an understanding of the universe as quantum measures. Quantum because the macro energy system is being cognized and measured by another energy system, the human being. As what? They are giving the measures as corresponding elementary energy manifestations. Akasha, Prithvi, Agni, Tejas, if you will, right? Apaha, all these are energy manifestations. So now we have some gross measures of the universe by the human jnana indriya or sense organs. But at a finer level of measurement, the inferred sensations as shocks are intellectualized as thoughts and expressed as words or are, which are indeed the ultimate metrics about the universe, right? Therefore, Akasha space, right, is nothing but a sensation of sound through the human ears. Vayuhu or air are sensations of touch by the skin. Tejas or fire, don't we depend on our sensation of shape or form through our eyes? What about water or apaha? You guessed it right. It is through our sensation of taste using our tongue. Finally, Prithvi or solid. You've already guessed that we perceive or sense Prithvi or earth through our nose as smell. Right? Excellent. Therefore, as part of their peak revelations or epiphanies or aha moments during their deep meditation, the rishis further discovered that the Mahabhuta could be classified as being gross and subtle. Better yet, they placed the Mahabhuta in a hierarchy of gross to subtle elements depending on which sense organ or organs are brought to play. For instance, to perceive space or akasha, we need only one sensation, that of sound. Or through our ears, we're able to detect the direction depending upon from which direction is the sound coming from. So direction is an inference of the existence of space. Right? Simple. However, to perceive vayuhu, air or wind, we need our ears and the skin, meaning sense of sound and touch. How about perceiving fire or teja? Don't we need 3 types of sensations? Namely, sense of sound, sense of touch, and sense of form or shape. This means we could sense fire using our ears, skin, and eyes. You get the drift now. In order to perceive water or apaha, we need to add one more sensory organ. That is sense of taste or tongue. Thus, we can perceive water through our ears, skin, form, and taste. Likewise, as far as Prithvi is concerned, we need to add one more sensory organ, which is the organ of smell through the nose. Then we'll be able to perceive the earth through sense of sound, touch, form, taste, and smell. Shabda sparsa, rasa, gandha, rupa. Now, when we sort the gross to subtle in a hierarchy, what do we get? The grossest is Prithvi or earth, solid. It is sensed through all the 5 jnana indriyas. Just now we saw. Apaha or water, sensed through sound, touch, form, and shape. 4 indriyas. Tejas or fire, sensed through sound, touch, and form. 3 indriyas. See, we are going towards the subtle. Vayuhu or air, wind, sensed through sound and touch. Only 2 indriyas. Whereas akasha, the subtlest space, sensed through sound, has an inference with only 1 indriya, the ear. Therefore, Prithvi or earth is a solid mass, grossest element or bhuta. Similarly, akasha or space is the subtlest element, right? And water or apaha, being a liquid, is less gross than prithvi. Whereas fire or heat, tejas, is in between the grossest and the subtlest. Therefore, relatively, vayuhu is subtlest than tejas or fire. Thus, the hierarchy exists among the Panchamahabhuta of gross to subtle elements. Also, we notice the number of sensors brought to play or leveraged to perceive also are more as we move from the grossest, or rather from the subtlest element to the grossest. The indriyas brought are more. That's what we saw. In conclusion of the genesis, let us say, of the Panchamahabhuta, we have 5 great elements or building blocks of existence, or Panchamahabhuta as the constituents of the universe, that includes our own human body too. Let's not forget that. We are a speck of the large, infinite universe, if you will. As an interesting piece of information, haven't you heard the oft-quoted mantra from Srimad Bhagavatam or Vishnu Purana? Prithvi apah tejo vayurakashat om namo bhagavate vasudevaya. It is nothing but an acknowledgement by humans that they are aware of the universe as existence, that is, in its divine, subtle, or spiritual nature. And therefore, when we say Vasu Deva, Vasu, existence, Deva, as divinity, spirit, energy, and the Panchabhuta as existence, which is natural, not a human made or a creation. And that is the reason we say Namaha, O Namo Bhagavate. Namo or Namaha, na mama or not mine. No aggrandizement, no egotism in that finding. Why? Because it was human beings who only conceptualized, assigned labels or names as thoughts. Otherwise, universe and its elements predate, or they are primordial to the birth of the human species. Therefore, nobody created the universe, right? The human being or the rishis, in this case, intellectualized the universe in thought form as appearance or apparitional according to their subjective sensations and interpretation. They used the single syllable Om and their vocal cords to come up with a combination of sound which said Prithvi, Apaha, Vayuhu, Akashaha, right? So all these are words. And therefore, our great Acharya Adi Shankara called this apparition of the universe or Jagat in Sanskrita as Vivartakarana. In other words, apparitional cause, or the universe occurred as a causation by itself until the human being in the form of the Rishi of our hoary past was able to sensationalize, not in the sense of the journalism, but they were able to sense and come up with a sensate value of 5 elements. That is why Jagat is an illusion or mithya, or it is an apparition. And you've heard the famous, right? Brahma Satya, Jagat Mithya. Brahma is Brahman, the principle of causation as existence. Satya, Sat, exists. Tat. And Jagat is an apparition, and it is Mithya, an appearance. Wow. Let's look at some benefits, or why do we need to know the Panchamahabhuta? Cognitively, recognizing or recognizing or remembering with the external Panchamahabhuta, consciously and competently, also periodically provides at least these 3 following benefits. And that's why some of us who perform Sandhya Vandana 3 times or even 2 times a day remember by reciting that prayer once again. Now, what are the 3 benefits? Number 1, it enhances calmness or tranquility within us. Therefore, contemplating about the elements and the process of their creation has a time-tested, proven calming effect on the human being. or the brain. A thought-trekking exercise, if you will, for the otherwise overwhelmed or underwhelmed state of intellect or buddhi. Usually we use the word mind. It includes the lower and upper mind. Such a trek is also called an upasana, positing of attention or cognition by moving gradually through a known loci of understanding. Number two, it enables us to move from ill-being to well-being at our energy levels. An energy balance occurs between the external energy system constituting the Panchabhuta and our own energy system. We do have those 5 Panchabhutas. We occupy space, right? We have water content. We have temperature content, right? And we have bones and flesh, Prithvi. So pretty much we do share the 5. Therefore, in other words, the Panchabhuta is our own energy system. And thus we are able to monitor our ill-being or well-being. And therefore, this could be an everyday affair when anything changes, any of these 5 elements changes in our body. Lastly, it makes us humble by reminding us that we are a pixel of the big picture, if you will. Pixel as in a speck of the picture being universe. A pindanda, a small egg, micro, in the Brahmanda or the macro egg. And that's why you would have heard the famous statement, Yatha Brahmande, Tata Pindande. As is the universe consisting of Panchamahabhuta, so is the human being consisting of the similar Panchamahabhuta. The skin is the actual boundary condition, otherwise it is indiscernible. You're part and parcel of Brahman, the principle of causation. Let's perform a brief, I think we don't have much time, so let's move on today. And I would encourage you to close your eyes and think through your connectivity on a 24/7 basis and validate yourselves to see whether you're connected from birth until death with these 5 building blocks of the universe, and they are our building blocks too. So finally, before we end this topic, shall we ponder on some not so obvious questions? Please join me, okay? So cognitively, did we now bring the outside world or universe, or at least the Rishi brought the outside universe into his or her own awareness as a known or elementary knowledge of the universe? Have these perceptions and conceptions become our own knowns or knowledge in the form of our thoughts? How about this? Number 3, cognitively speaking, is the world outside there, or is it inside as knowledge and knowns in the form of our thoughts? In other words, is the world outside there, or is it inside us, even as thoughts? Is there a difference between what is out there and what is inside our memory or, brain? Is it fair to say, therefore, what is outside is inside, and we could also project what is inside onto the outside? Isn't this fascinating? The revered rishis envisioned, theorized, tested, proved, validated, and factualized the constitution of the universe. The insightful rishis guaranteed the fact or factualization of their findings. Now you're wondering, what is a fact? And what is this word factualization, even if it existed? Right? Okay. Could anyone guess what is all this? Okay, you're right. Fact is the ultimate reality or absolute, and nothing exists beyond that. once you establish as a fact, it exists, it is. There is that isness. That is the fact. Everything else is apparitional, conditioned, superimpositions of as thoughts. Similarly, factualization is having a strong, unambiguous, absolute, and indubitable understanding as a conviction. Not even an iota of suspicion or doubt on the fact. All issues are resolved almost forever. I could use the word forever in this context because our hoary past from when Mahabhuta, the concept, was placed as a fact for us. Therefore, Mahabhuta is a Vedic fact and fabric of Sanatana Dharma. It is not a theory nor a fictitious concept. So, if you like this topic and if you felt inspired and you want to know more, let me provide you some references. You could do some further research or reading. Number 1, Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 2, section 2, verse 1. There is commentary in English by Swami Chinmayananda. You will easily be able to understand what is Brahman or the universe in terms of the 5 constituents. There is yet another fascinating book written by Sri Shankaracharya called Panchikarana, along with Vartika by Sri Sureshwaracharya. And again, this is an easy to read English version by Swami Tattvavidananda Saraswati of the Arshavidya Gurukulam. And Swami Tattvavidananda is one of my endeared teachers. And he is a double PhD in chemistry and Sanskrita with a very good language control in English. And that's a great book I would recommend you to read if you could get a hold of it. Finally, thanks for taking the time and the thought trek, if you will, about Panchabhuta with me. I really appreciate your journey, short though, and also for listening. Namaste. Om Tat Shri Brahmar Panamastu. Thank you, Kamalaji.
Youth and Education Human Services Program Chief Coordinator. And Sainath Garu is from the main committee of the Apex Committee of the Mahakumbhabhishekam MKA 2022. One of the members and the senior members of that. And they both have contributed to this organization so much that, like getting a couple of words from them is always a blessing. So let me give it to you, Sainath Garu first, and then Kamalaji.
Thank you, Andy. Namaskaram, everybody. And I really appreciate the YND committee to conduct this program today. I see every age group is involved in this activity, so seniors to the juniors. So I take this opportunity and do your best to perform this. And especially this is as part of the MKA Mahakumbhabhishekam next year. This is every 12 years we do it. So from July 6th to 10th, please block your calendars. So this is one of the lifetime opportunities. Okay, you may be after next 12 years, you don't know where you will be. You'll be moving out in some other places, right? So try to be here. Try to participate in all the activities, and see the websites, whatever the information available on the websites. Okay, and also any lot of we need voluntary help those days, right? See, you can bring your kids to participate in it. That is very important. Okay. What we can give the kid is our culture. Okay, if parent is not doing any volunteer service, forget about your kids not going to do it. Okay, so however you behave in the home, they behave in the future. Okay, similarly you have to involve ourselves in the temple in the voluntary service. Then only our kids take it forward. Otherwise, we lose that history going in the future. Okay, so I appreciate all the parents. Who is coming here, and I see like Navagraha, they did wonderful, kind of homam is going on, like a live homam there, okay? Very nicely done, okay? So appreciate Kamalaji for, making sure she's on top of everybody, okay? She doesn't leave any gaps, okay? And Kamalaji, thank you for your great efforts, and also the great team from the Kamalaji's team, and I appreciate all the good work. And all the best. And please, again, right, I want you to remember these dates and try to be there on those days. Thank you.
Okay, let's go on with the program. Thank you so much, Sai Garu. And Srikali is the lead for the YND segment of our program today. We really thank her. She and Gautam has been doing this Sanskrit teaching for a long time, and they will probably continue forever. God, Saraswati, bless them, and let's continue the program. Thank you.
Dhanyavadaha. Thank you, Kamalaji. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sainath Garu. So what we will do is that we'll get into the program directly. I'll give it to Srikali, and she will run through the program for you. The couple of things I want to tell again, emphasis on this MKA 1, MKA 2022. It was a very great experience when we attended, last Mahakumbhabhishekam. Keep all the things aside, plan now, those 4 days, 5 days to be here. Okay, so that experience for you and your children, and think that it is like, your own home function, like marriage or whatever you perform. So make sure that you block those days and be here, and not having any travel plans. That way, you have now 6 months to 7 months planning is there on that. Okay, I'll give it to now Srikali to run through the program.
So now we'll have the Navagraha Devata Siddhi Stotram. So this is written exclusively for Sanskrit Kutumbam here. We have full-blown Sanskrit, almost like department, you can say. So this is written only for the kids to pray on today. Come everyone for the prayer.
Who are all participating in that first one, please come. You have to make it a little bit quicker. You should be running, okay? Even adults, parents who have gone through this, they can also join on the side. Please come, everyone. Make it quick. So this is composed by Srikali, the Navagraha Stotram. So, this is specifically for this program and for the children. All of you stand properly. Your tall people can go backside. Come. Taller ones can go on the back. Go back.
Srikali and Gautam, come here for a minute. Stand here together, please. Sai, can you recognize them with this Kausamala? Just put it like that over.
So both of
Take it out. All right, great. Thank you. Okay.
आदित्याय च सोमाय मङ्गलाय बुधाय च गुरुशुक्रशनेभ्यश्च राहवे केतवे नमः। अथ श्रीनवग्रहदेवता सिद्धिस्तोत्रम्। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यं दुष्टस्थितिविनाशाय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् आत्मपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् मनः पीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् मनः पीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् रोगपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् बुद्धिपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् पुत्रपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् पुत्रपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् प्राणिपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् चक्षुपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। नवग्रहदेवतान् नमामि नित्यम् ज्ञानपीडोपशान्तये आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्य सकलकल्याणसिद्धये। ये प्रार्थयन्ति श्रीनवग्रहदेवतान् सिद्धिमन्त्रम् ते प्राप्नुवन्ति सर्वविधशुभान् श्रेयान् इह परे च नात्र संशयः। इति श्रीकाली गौतमकृत श्रीनवग्रहदेवता सिद्धिप्रार्थनामन्त्रं सम्पूर्णम्।
ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
So now we have the individual performance program. So Nitya will do the singing of Mayatita Swarupini.
Hello? Okay. My name is Shinitya. I'm going to be doing a song called Maya Tita Swarupini. Maya Tita Swarupini. Maya Tita Swarupini. Nanu Brovave Mahatripura Sundare Shamkari Maya Tita Swarupini Nanu Brovave Mahatripura Sundare Shamkari Maya Tita Swarupini. Maya Malava Gaula Deshamuna. Maya Malava Gaula Deshamuna Mahimagala Dora Rakshitu Rei Ishwari. Maya Malava Gaula Deshamuna Mahimagala Dora Rakshitu Rei Ishwari. Kanajuni Vainiki Prana Kanta Bruhadishwari Krupa Cheya Velanu Shri Guru Guha Swami Kine Dasudaite. Kanajuni Vainiki Prana Kanta Bruhadishwari Krupa Cheya Velanu Shri Guru Guha Swami Kine Dasudaite. Maya Tita Swarupini Nanu Brovave Mahatripura Sundari Shamkari Maya Tita Swarupini. I would like to thank Srikali Auntie, Gautam Uncle and Sumedanna for giving me this opportunity to sing.
Thank you. That was awesome, Nitya. Very, very happy vibes for everyone and blessing vibes. Now, Varenya and Vedika, they're here to bless us with two small songs.
Can somebody come and entangle this? Come here, baby. Come sit properly. Come here. Come, you are doing very great in the camera. She's there. She's not going anywhere. This is a very sensitive one. Okay. You don't worry about your sister. Come here, little more. Near to the mic. Little more. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
My name is Varenya. This is my sister Vedika. We are going to sing Shakti Saita Ganapatim and Panchabhuta. Shakti Saita Ganapatim, Shakti Saita Ganapatim, Sankaladi Sevitam, Sankaladi Sevitam, Vilakta Sakalamani Vela, Vilakta Sakalamani Vela, Salaja Vinuta Guluguham, Salaja Vinuta Guluguham, Bhaktani Pusakam, Bhaktani Pusakam, Pavasatam Vinayakam, Pavasatam Vinayakam, Bhukti Mukti Pedam Pusitangam, Bhukti Mukti Pedam Pusitangam, Lakta Padam Bhuja Bhavayami, Lakta Padam Bhuja Bhavayami, Sakti Saita Ganapatim, Sankaladi Sevitam, Vilakta Sakala Munivala, Salalaja Veluta Golugu Ham.
He is going to sing separately, I think. That is why. Who wants the mic alone?
It is on the YouTube. Everybody will be watching. You have to be sitting straight and do it.
Come on. Get a big clapping. Come on.
Pankajamukha Sankala Hita Sankata Hala Vinkata Giri Vasanalayan Nanda Govindu Damodana Nanda Samyak Sakasita Paksaya Padambulu Guru Guha Hita Pahi Madina Bando Pahi Madina Bando. Thanks for Sumedana for teaching us this song. Thank you.
Thank you, Varanya and Vedika. It was such a sweet singing blessing for all of us. Thank you so much. And now, Tanushri. Which song you will be singing? Shama Sundar.
Today I will be singing Shama Sundara and Ambujavasini. Thank you to my gurus, Sumedana, Srikali Auntie, Gautam Sir and Vishnu Anna. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari. Brundavana Vihari. Govardhana Giridhari. Brundavana Vihari. Govardhana Giridhari. Govardhana Giridhari. Gokula Sanchari. Govardhana Giridhari. Gokula Sanchari. Gokula Sanchari. Tulsi Maladhari. Gokula Sanchari. Tulsi Maladhari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari. Brundavana Vihari. Govardhana Giridhari. Brundavana Vihari. Govardhana Giridhari. Govardhana Giridhari. Gokula Sanchari. Govardhana Giridhari. Gokula Sanchari. Gokula Sanchari. Tulsi Maladhari. Gokula Sanchari. Tulsi Maladhari. श्यामसुन्दर मदन मोहन बृन्दावन विहारी श्यामसुन्दर मदन मोहन बृन्दावन विहारी बृन्दावन विहारी गोवर्धन गिरिधारी बृन्दावन विहारी गोवर्धन गिरिधारी श्यामसुन्दर मदन मोहन बृन्दावन विहारी श्यामसुन्दर मदन मोहन बृन्दावन विहारी. Now I will be singing Ambujavasini. Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Pustakadarini Buddhi Pradayini Veena Pani Trinayani Pahi Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Veda Shastra Nute Viti Priya Shubhage Vedya Varidi Pahi Pahi Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Mala Lankruta Manimaya Bhushe Mandahase Ma Pahi Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Ambujavasini Sundari Vani Saraswati Devi Namostute. Dhanyavadaha.
Thank you, Tanushree, very much for such a sweet singing blessing for all of us. And now, Ahana and Ayan.
Namaste, I'm Ahana. And I'm Ayan. And we're singing Sangave. Sangave, kavanya thaya zave, kavana te smarave, kaise kaya karave, kavanya pari me rahave, kavana ye uni kurundavadi, swami te mera bhave yahari. जेवावे व्यवहारी बोलावे संसारी घारुणी अंगीकारी प्रतिपारसी जो निर्धारी केला जो निज निश्चय स्वामी कोटे दो अवधारी यारानी माजी करुणावानी काया कष्टी प्राणी ऐकुन घे शिलकानी देशिल सौख्य निधानी संकट येऊनी मूर्छिता सता पाजिल कवना पानी त्यावेरा सत्पुरुषांचा मेरा पाहत से निज ढोळा लाविसे भस्म कपाला सांगी भय तू भाला श्रीपाद श्रीवल्लभ मरुती अभय तुझ गोपाला संगावे कवन्या ठाया जावे कवना ते स्मरावे कैसे काय करावे
कवन्या परिमेरहावे. धन्यवादः. धन्यवादः.
Thank you, Ahanayan. You have another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to be singing a song called Amha Nakare Jnana. Amha Nakare Jnana. Amha Nakare Jnana. Nakare Purana. Vedanti Vachana. Nakare Amha. Amha Nakare Jnana. Amha न करे ज्ञान न करे पुराण वेदांत वचन न करे आम्हा आगमाची आधी निगमाचा वेद आगमाची आधी निगमाचा वेद आगमाची आधी निगमाचा वेद आगमाची आधी निगमाचा वेद शास्त्रांचा संवाद न करे आम्हा शास्त्रांचा संवाद न करे आम्हा न करे आम्हा न करे आम्हा आम्हा न करे ज्ञान आम्हा न करे ज्ञान न करे पुराण वेदांत वचन न करे आम्हा. धन्यवादः.
Thank you, Hana and Ayan, actually, both of them. They are Sanskrit students and also they learned a lot of music as well. You can understand by the Shruti that went into their singing. Also, not just that one, they are there for any youth and education program, and they work as leaders for helping everybody here around the temple and all programs. Okay, now Lohit and Navya. And then next goes Sumed and Vishnu.
While they are settling down, I just want to introduce Prerana also here. Prerana is also part of the team that are working with Srikali and Kamlaji and all of the other team members that are working. You want to say a couple of words before they settle down here?
I've known Srikali and Gautam Mangos when I was young, and I used to come to the temple, and they do an amazing job at taking food all the kids here. So big thank you for both of them. And also their sons. I know they were they do a lot now too. So thank you.
Gautam, Sumed and Vishnu.
Sumed and Vishnu. Sorry, we do have a temple website. YouTube, it's called Livermore Temple. This will be on there. So if you want to share with your family, friends, please check out YouTube, Livermore Temple, and subscribe also. You'll be notified of all the events that go on there. And thank you for coming out and encouraging the kids. You want to ask a
Quiz. No, you have the list, right? The same one you can repeat. Okay. You ask Nandi, no? Huh? After this one? Okay. Come here. Okay, make sure you come here.
Like that?
You also come here. Yeah. Say hello.
Hello, hello. Hello?
Excellent. Okay, keep that.
Masundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari Brundavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari Brundavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Vihari Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brundavana Hari Govardhana Giridhari Gokula Samchari, Govardhana Giridhari, Gokula Samchari, Gokula Samchari, Tulasi Maladari, Gokula Samchari, Tulasi Maladari, Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavana Vihari, Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavana Vihari, Brindavana Vihari, Govardhana Giridhari, Brindavana Vihari, Govardhana Giridhari, Govardhana Giridhari, Gokula Samchari, Govardhana Giridhari, Gokula Samchari, Gokula Samchari, Tulasi Maladari, Gokula Samchari, Tulasi Maladari, Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavana Vihari, Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavan Vihari.
Namaste everyone. Today I'm going to sing a song called Shamale Meenakshi. Shamale Meenakshi, Sundareshwara Sakshi, Shankari Guru Guha Samudbhave Shiveva, Pamaramochani Panka. Pamaramochani Pankajalochani Padmasanavani Harilakshmi Vinute Shambhavi Shamali Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi Shankari Guru Guha Samudbhave Shiveva Pamaramochani Pankajalochani Padmasanavani Harilakshmi Vinute Shambhavi Shamali Meenakshi Sundareshwara Sakshi Shankari Guru Guha Samudbhave Shiveva.
Thank you. Dhanyavadaha. Two more songs. Okay. Continue.
Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Achyuta Keshava Hari Narayana, Achyuta Keshava Hari Narayana, Adi Narayana Ananta Shayana, Adi Narayana Ananta Shayana, Sachidananda Shri Satya Narayana, Sachidananda Shri Satya Narayana, Bhavabhayaharana Vandita Harana, Bhavabhayaharana Vandita Charana, Raghukula Bhushana Rajiva Lochana, Raghukula Bhushana Rajiva Lochana, Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Achyuta Keshava Hari Narayan, Achyuta Keshava Hari Narayana, Sachidananda Shri Satya Narayana, Sachidananda Satya Narayana, Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Atma Rama Ananda Ramana, Achyuta Keshava Hari Narayana, Keshava Hari Narayana, Chudakeshvari Narayana.
Glasses up.
Garuda Gamana Tava Charana Kamala Miha Manasila Satumama Nityam. Garuda Gamana Tava Charana Kamala Miha Manasila Satumama Nityam. Satumama Nityam. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Jala Jala Yana Vidi Mamuchi Harana Mukha Vinuda Viduda Pada Padma. Jala Jala Yana Vidi Namuchi Harana Mukha Vinuda Viduda Pada Padma. Vinuda Pada Padma. Mama Papa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Jagashayana Hara Madana Marjana Kamama Janana Banana Manahari. Bujagashayana Hara Madana Janaka Mama Janana Marana Bayahari. Janana Marana Bayahari. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Shanka Chakra Dasha Dushta Daidyahara Sarvaloka Sharana. Shanka Chakra Hara Dushta Daidyahara Sarvaloka Sharana. Sarvaloka Sharana. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Aganita Gunagana Asharana Shayahana Vidani Surali Pujala. Aganita Gunagana Asharamna Sharanana Vidali Pusurali Kujala. Vidali Pusurali Pujala. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Papa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Bhakta Varya Mihbhuhi Bharyaga Pahi Bharati Tirtam. Bhakta Varya Mihbhuhi Bharya Pahi Bharati Tirtam. Bahi Bharati Tirtam. Mama Tapa Mapa Gurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Gurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam.
Dhanyavadaha, Lohit and Navya. Thank you for the singing blessing. And on the note, Lohit and Navya, they also attend Sanskrit classes and they do the Surya Namaskaras. They lead Surya Namaskaras. And also in the hall, not only the Sanskrit students and so many other YND students, we have teachers as well. Vivek ji and Roshan and Chitra Bhaini and Venu Garu. And Venu Gari wife Kalyani. So there are many volunteers and Sanskrit teachers. They are also in the room today. Next, Sumed and Vishnu. Give a big round of applause. Next one, short 3-minute Jatiswara by Sumed and Vishnu. Singing and also a short violin snippet for you from the Tyagaraja Telisi Ramachintana. I know this is a very tight program, 1 hour, so we are just giving only 3 or 4 minutes for Sumed and Vishnu. Yeah, we are on time for the program. Yeah, so. So next we have Krishna singing, and also Atharv and Avika singing, and Ahana Pranamya Swaras on violin. I think that's pretty much it. This is a Jatiswara. Jatiswara usually done in the advanced applications of music. So just one short blessing, singing blessing for all of us.
Sa ni sada pa ma ga ma da da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa ni sada pa ma ga ma da da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa ri ni sada da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ni sa ga ma da ni sa ri ni sada da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ni sa ga ma da ni sa ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa da pa ma ga ma da pa da ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni sada ni sa da ni sa ri sada ni da pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni sada ni sa da ni sa ri sada ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada pa ma da ni da pa ma ga ma ri sa ga ma ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada pa ma da ni da pa ma ga ma ri sa ga ma ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni sa ni sada pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ga sa ri sa ni sa ga ma da ni sa ri sa ga ma ri sa ni ri sa da pa ma ga ma ri sa ga ma da ni sa sari ni sada da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ga sa ri sa ni sa ga ma da ni sa ri sa ga ma ri sa ni ri sa da pa ma ga ma ri sa ga ma da ni sa ni sa da pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa ni sa da pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa ri ni sa da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ni sa ga ma da ni sa ri ni sa da ni da pa ma ga ma ri ni sa ga ma da ni sa ni sa da pa ma ga ma da ni da pa ma ga ma da ni sa. Thank you. Now we'll be performing Talisirama Chintana.
A composition of Sri Tyagaraja Swami.
Oh yeah, composition of that.
Do you want to just make sure?
Yeah.
Thank you. We started coming to temple when Vishnu was 2 years old. So if anybody is thinking your kids are too small to come to the temple and learn Sanskrit, it is not. So now Vishnu is in college, so he's going to graduate in December, and he already got into a job also. Of course, Sumed is already in job. So we were never happy when they learned things. So they always have to teach others. So when we hear what they learned in others, then only we are happy. So that's how they are trained. And thank you, Sumed and Vishnu. Today I got only 1 hour of their time. So thanks for mainly not for learning, spreading and teaching, and being there always when you are needed.
Namaste. Yes, of course. Let's clap for the proud parents. Let's go. Take it from there. Not only their proud parents, all the parents who are taking the time week after week, day after day, trying to practice with them. Thank you so much. Many of us have done that and many will do, but we have to continue this tradition. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I have a few minutes. Yes, this program is not done. Srikali says it's 1 hour, but it's 1 hour for the music and dance, and we also have like 6 hours for the robotics. Actually 3 months, that's also YND program. There are about 14 kids who have worked for 3 months, and they have worked really hard to put that together with write-ups, with drawings, artwork, and the robotics, and the display is beautiful. It is in Padmini Hall. That's also YND. So that is one of the highlights of today's program. So having said that, my name is Kamala Shankar. I am the subcommittee chair for Youth and Education and Human Services for the Mahakumbhabhishekam. You can see the poster. The Mahakumbhabhishekam is planned for July 6th to 10th of 2022. There are many pre-events planned, and this is one of them. Panchabhuta and Navagraha program today. Morning went very well with seniors doing whole bunch of program and understanding Panchabhuta, and now YND children are doing songs and bhajans and slokams, and robotics is going on in Pioneer Room. And I would like to thank my MKA YND HS team. I'm going to do that. That is Vivek. Can you come here, Vivek? Vivek Deshpande, Prerana, Gundu, she will be here. Srikali, Varanasi, she's here. And then we also have Suman Jain and Pushpataara ji and Sharmila Ravi. This is the team who are putting together so many programs. Next we are doing Ayurvedic medicine talks, and then we will have Temples of India program, then many other things coming. So, but be ready for the Mahakumbhabhishekam. Try to participate as much as you can. I like to thank God first for giving us the opportunity to do this program. Thank the MKA Apex team, Board of Directors. One of them is here. Yugender Meka, can you please come here, please? He's always hiding, working so hard. I can't believe it. He's a board of director, but he finds time to help every single event, every live stream. Appreciate your help. Thank you so much. Okay, so Yugender is here. And on behalf of the chairman, Jyoti Sharma, and President Veena Sukranti, we have their big support, and all the Apex committee and the entire EC team. Usha Ramaswamy from Human Services was here. Vijaya Garu, she is from our food department. She's here. Come on down in front, please. When you come to the MKA, all the Naivedyam, she is going to be in charge, and it's going to be marvelous. She has been doing this forever, and we thank her for that. And our Satya ji and Katyayani, our mentors for a long time, come on down. I just do want to recognize some of the people. And of course, Gautam, you come here. You don't need to be hiding. Come on down. Katyayani, come here for a second, please. 1 second. Just come. No. Just come there, because we just want, we get your support, everything. Just coming here and being here, it is so amazing. Thank you so much. We can't tell you how much we are thankful to that. because YND and HS, they come and support all the time. Beautiful. Thank you so very much. And then all the EC team, board of directors, members of the EC, food, Ram Mohan, everybody, thank you so much. Publicity chair Padmaja from the MKA team, she was so helpful for every little thing with the senior program today. If anybody I missed, excuse me. Krishna Kanagaratnam for setting up the audio. I will do the vote of thanks again, but I thought, when some people are here, I can do it once. Okay, get ready. After this, 2 more songs here. Robotics display, and the whole afternoon is cultural events. Beautiful dances and music from the entire Bay Area. Dancers, Odissi, Kathak, Kuchipudi, Bharatanatyam, everything is being displayed. And also, finally, we are going to conclude today's evening program with a beautiful Veena concert by Srikanth Chari, Priyanka and Rishikesh Chari. And that is on Panchabhuta sthala, the 5 sthalas we described, Srikalahasti, Chidambaram, Tiruvannamalai, Ekambreshwar, and Jambukeshwar. Okay, with that, thank you and namaskar.
Next, Krishna will be doing the singing. Okay. So in singing,
We know this boy like almost from the birth, I think, from the day he's born. And most of the kids, all for that matter, even the people who have grown up, Prerana and all, we have been seeing for, from the day we came here, like 22 years plus, right? Including myself.
Thank you.
Almost. Yes, come here. Your microphone. You are always come here. Near me.
Then next, Adhar and Avika singing, be ready. And next, Ahana, Pranamya Swaras. Last one, we'll conclude this program with Ahana's Pranamya Swaras.
Garuda Gamana Tava Charana Kamala Miha Manasila Satu Mama Nityam. Garuda Gamana Tava Charana Kamala Miha Manasila Satu Mama Nityam. Manasila Satu Mama Nityam. Mama Tapa Mapa Kurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Kurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Jala Janayana Vidina Muchiharana Mukha Vibhuta Vinuta Pada Padma. Jala Janayana Vidina Muchiharana Mukha Vibhuta Vinuta Pada Padma. Vibhuta Vinuta Pada Padma. Mama Tapa Mapa Kurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Kurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Bhujagashayana Bhava Madana Janaka Mama Janana Marana Bhayahari. Bhujagashayana Bhava Madana Janaka Mama Janana Marana Bhayahari. Janana Marana Bhayahari. Mama Tapa Mapa Kurudeva. Mama Papa Mapa Kurudeva. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Tava Charana Kamala Miha Sharanam. Shanka Chakra Dara Dushta Daitya Hara Sarva Loka Sharana. Shanka Chakra Dara Dushta Daitya Hara Sarva Loka Sharana. Sarva Loka Sharana. Mama tapama kurudeva, Mama papama kurudeva, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam. Aganita gunagana asharana sharana davidalita surari pujala. Aganita gunagana asharana sharana davidalita surari pujala. Vidalita surari pujala. Mama tapama kurudeva, Mama papama kurudeva, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam. Bhakta varyamiha bhuri karunaya pahi bharati tirdam. Bhakta varyamiha bhuri karunaya pahi bharati tirdam. Pahi bharati tirdam. Mama tapama kurudeva, Mama papama kurudeva, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam. Garuda gamana tava charana kamalamiha manasila satu mama nityam. Garuda gamana tava charana kamalamiha manasila satu mama nityam. Manasila satu mama nityam. Mama tapama kurudeva, Mama papama kurudeva, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam, Tava charana kamalamiha sharanam.
Thank you, Krishna and Tanushri, for the singing blessing. Awesome. You did all the charanams correctly. Thank you so much. And now Adharv and Avika will be doing the Guru song on the song praising the Guru. And then we have, we'll conclude this one with Ganesha Stotra on the violin. Thank you again for coming and taking your time, parents, because I know how much, as a parent, I know how much time it goes into preparing kids. Believe me, I know it's, if they have to do 10 minutes here, probably you might have spent 10 hours in the background. So we always appreciate that time. Believe me, it is worth it, because we have gone that path. And you have samples and examples here in this room. So it's worth it. And please take the pain and don't quit in between. Okay.
Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavana Vihari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Brindavana Vihari. Brindavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari. Brindavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari. Govardhana Giridhari Gokula Sanchari. Gokula Sanchari Tulsi Maladari. Gokula Sanchari Gokula Tulsi Maladari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Vrindavana Vihari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Vrindavana Vihari. Vrindavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari. Vrindavana Vihari Govardhana Giridhari. Govardhana Giridhari Gokula Sanchari. Gokula Sanchari Tulsi Maladari. Gokula Sanchari Tulsi Maladari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Vrindavana Vihari. Shama Sundara Madana Mohana Vrindavana Vihari.
Thank you, Atharva and Avika. That was awesome. So you sang on Guru Krishna, which is good. So next one, Ahana and Ayan, you want to come and do first 2 shlokas? So this Pranamya Sirasadevam, that the shlokas and composition and tune of this Pranamya is done only for the Sanskrit class students here. So that's why that is our all favorite stotram. So
So yeah, the last, both of the kids who performed here, they just came from Folsom. They live in Folsom and they came here. So thank you very much for both of you and your mom also, Dipti ji.
प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकं भक्तावासं स्मरे नित्यम् आयुष्कामार्थसिद्धये वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटिसमप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you. Thank you, Ayan and Ahana. And we are concluding with 2 or 3 more minutes of Navagraha Day significance by Gautam sir.
Okay. Dhanyavadaha. I'm really so happy to see all the kids here after a long time. I know, I cannot let them go without telling a story always, right? Story, significant, something, okay? So that's how, I like to see there's something important. It's not like some ritual we do and get away, right? So I just want to pick up on the, there is this particular Children's Day as a program as well as the Seniors Day were focused more on the Panchabhutas and Navagrahas. Okay, and we'll also talk about this again in our Sanskrit class on the Saturday classes next week or something, one more time. For now, I'm going to take very little time. So Panchabhutas, we talked about in the morning. There was a program. So I will just focus on little bit on the Navagrahas. Navagrahas are, if you see, all the 9 planets, they say. And then those 9 planets are not the same 9 planets that the Western, science has established. Okay, what is this Navagrahas and what is this significance? Is that Navagrahas are basically, and if you see that, they may say that, our Navagrahas, if you go in every temple, you have a Navagraha is there. So these Navagrahas are 9 planets, which are, can anybody tell me which are the Navagrahas according to Hindu tradition? Yeah, you can go. Come on. Sun, Surya, Chandra. So the shloka is there. So that's how, we learn everything with a shloka, easy. Adityaya cha somaya, mangalaya budhaya cha, guru shukra shanibhyascha, rahave ketave namaha. So Aditya, Soma, Mangala, Buddha, Guru, Shukra, Shani, and then Rahu and Ketu. So Rahu and Ketu are something that is not visible. But there are other planets have been mapped similarly, and they couldn't understand. See, whenever we have something specific in our culture, which is esoteric and cannot be perceived, that what happens is that immediately Western people cannot understand that. So they didn't know. So they thought that Uranus, Neptune, Pluto are the ones. So if you see the 9 planets, in the 9 planets we don't have Earth. Because the 9 planets, what we are telling is that Surya, Chandra, Mangala, and Buddha, etc., they all influence the life on the earth. They all influence on the life on the... So the life is the center point of it. So because of that, these are all. So, and still, Surya is the main god among all these 9 planets. And you can see that Surya will be in the center in the Navagrahas in the temple also. Okay? So once upon a time, there was a... Kalava Maharshi, there was a Kalava Maharshi was there, and he was suffering with, leprosy and other diseases, psychological diseases and other things were all, there are so many things going on. So he thought that, okay, Navagrahas have the power to, control these things. He thought that, they can control and they'll guide. So let me pray Navagrahas. So he prays Navagrahas, and then he gets rid of all the leprosy and other things, and he gets all the boons from all the 9 planets. But the thing is that anything that has to move on this earth has to have center of the thing is that the Supreme God, Maheshwara, Ishvara, or Brahma, or Vishnu, they are the ones who have to guide. And those times, when the beginning of the earth and beginning of this Rishi's time, the control was, not given to them. So you cannot, all the gods cannot bless and give boons. Okay? So they are specifically meant for certain job. Everybody has to do their own job. So Navagrahas were thinking we can give any kind of boon to everybody. So Brahma was not happy with that, and he said that, you are thinking that you are all the most powerful one and you are giving the boons for everyone. So you are all cursed to have, not to have any kind of a prayer done to you, or nobody can call you for any prayer. So for that they ask for forgiveness, and they say that, okay, take the Shiva mantra, and you do the prayer of Shiva, and then you get the moksha out of it. And once you get that, and then you will be rid of this curse. So immediately all the Navagrahas, they come and they select a place. Usually for the Karma Bhumi, Bharata Desha's Karma Bhumi and the earth, the only job in the earth for anybody in this living thing is to pray the God, and to do the service of the God. Okay, to realize God and realize yourself. That is the main objective of this earth. There is not other earth, no politics, no going to the colleges, no going to the wars, no going to nothing of this sort. So they all come there, and they come to a place called Kumbhakonam. So have you heard about a place called Kumbhakonam? Kumbhakonam is a very nice place, and around Kumbhakonam they all sit near that city, and they do the prayers. And there are 9 Navagraha temples are there. Even though they call it a Navagraha temples, it is actually Ishvara temples, which the Navagrahas prayed that those Ishvaras in there. So that's the importance of the Navagrahas. So there are so many things to learn. We'll come back and we'll have it in our classes. In the regular class, we'll learn that. Dhanyavadaha. Thank you very much for all of you coming. There is when you go out, we have meeting room on the right side. Somebody will guide you and they will take you. I will say, Ahana, Ayan, you lead them, everyone, to the meeting room for the lunch. Okay? So, and you can all go and have some prasadam. Later on that, you can, who want to stay and continue and enjoy the programs a little bit later on the day, you're all most welcome to stay. And also take a look at the robotic exhibit if you have not taken there. And dhanyavadaha for everyone, especially for all the people who have helped me here today. Vivek ji, Srikali, Prerana, Kamla ji, everyone. Dhanyavadaha. Thank you so much for everyone. Who wants to say? Satvik, come here. Come here. How come you left out? Okay. As you all exiting, remove this and then you can tell the right. Go ahead.
Okay. And this one. Okay. I don't know. Gajaha, elephant, Simba, lion, Simba, snake, and Sasa, rabbit. Okay. Okay, Gajaha, elephant, Simba, lion, Simba, snake, and Sasa, rabbit. Gajaha, elephant, Simba, lion, Simba, snake, and Sasa, rabbit.
Some shloka?
Yeah. I think I don't know.
Brahma, Shuklam Radharam, Vakratunda, you know?
Okay, yes. Vakatunda Dhamakaya Suragati Samattaha Ketamadamedeha Sarakadeda Samnada Vasujai. Okay, Samnaran Juta Sambahe Vasuranu Sahe Samare to the Santa Hay and Brahmada we wish you Veena Sanaha Saksaranantamya Siranam Namaha.
Did you take a picture? Come here. I want to take a picture. Can somebody take a picture for me?
Yes.
Okay. After this, everybody. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So please come and join everyone here. All the children, whoever is here, let us take a picture and then hi. How are you? Thank you for coming. And Satvik, okay. Satvik's mom is also a Sanskrit teacher. So.
It's okay. Hello.
Namaste.
Hello.
My name is Kamala Shankar.
Is it coming?
I am the subcommittee chairperson for Mahakumbhabhishekam, Youth and Education and Human Services Subcommittee. Hindu Community Cultural Center, HCCC, is going to achieve another great milestone. The third Mahakumbhabhishekam will be celebrated on July 6th to July 10th, 2022. On behalf of the Board of Directors, the Chairperson, President and the entire Apex Committee, I would request you all to come and attend the various Mahakumbhabhishekam celebrations. Prior to the main Kumbhabhishekam event, cultural team, religious team, youth and education team will be conducting many pre-events. I would like you to participate in all these events as much as possible. Thank you and welcome.
Yes.
Our project started late July. Namaste. Our project started late July. We have 3 teams, the art team, the robotics team, and the write-up team. The write-up team made all the posters, and then the robotics team attached all the components together. We had 2 main components. There was a stepper motor and the servo motor. The stepper motor was for the wheel rotation, and the servo motor was for the hand movements of the rishis.
one issue that we ran into was the fact about how there was no ventilation enough to the homam. And what we did to solve that issue was raise the elevation of our homam. Another issue we had was being the arm not being able to reach far enough. So we added more elevation to the arm.
Thank you to HCCC for giving us this opportunity, and to Sastry sir and Kamalaji for helping us throughout this project.
कुसुमसङ्काशं काश्यपेयं महाद्युतिं तमोरिं सर्वपापघ्नं प्रणतोऽस्मि दिवाकरम् शङ्खतुषारापं क्षीरोदार्णवसम्भवं नमामि शशिनं सोमं शम्भोर्मुकुटभूषणम् समप्रभं कुमारं शक्तिहस्तं च मङ्गलं प्रणमाम्यहम् श्यामं रूपेणा प्रतिमं बुधं सौम्यं सौम्यगुणोपेतं तं बुधं प्रणमाम्यहम् गुरुं काञ्चनसन्निभं बुद्धिभूतं त्रिलोकेशं तं नमामि बृहस्पतिम् दैत्यानां परमं गुरुं सर्वशास्त्रप्रवक्तारं भार्गवं प्रणमाम्यहम्
Energy, boldness, confidence, ego, courage, and the south direction. He's closely related to Kartikeya, the god of war, and he presides over the Manglavara or Tuesday.
Next we have the Shukragraha. The Shukragraha resides over Venus, and Shukravasaraha in Sanskrit means Friday, and he rules over Friday for that reason. The number associated with the Shukragraha is the number 6, and the direction associated with him is the southeast. He represents wealth and pleasure, and the most popular gemstone for Shukragraha is the diamond. Additionally, his Vahana, which is his vehicle, is the horse. Next, we have Shani Graha. Shani resides over the planet Saturn. He rules over Shani Vasaraha, or Saturday. The number associated with him is 8. He is also associated...
They are different from one another. While the solar system is made of 8 planets, the Navagraha are the 9 influences on the Earth, as being the plane of reference, and hence the Earth is missing in the Navagraha Mandalam. This temple is one of the 9 Navagraha temples of Tamil Nadu and is part of the popular Navagraha pilgrimage in the state. It houses the image of Guru, Jupiter. Brihaspati's consort or wife is Tara. His color associated with him is yellow. His gender associated is male. His element is earth. His god he's associated with is Indra. His overseeing deity is Brahma. His metal, he's mostly seen with gold. His gemstone is yellow sapphire. His part of the body is the brain. His taste is sweet tasting. His food is chickpeas. His season is winter. His direction is northeast. His day is Thursday, and his tone or swara is dha. Now I will talk about Bhuta Graha. His shloka is Priyangu Kalikashyamam Rupena Pratimam Buddham Somyam Somyaganopetam Tambudam Pranamamyaham. Buddha is the god of intelligence, communication, fine art, humor, and wit. He's also the god of merchandise and protector of merchants. The planet governs the nervous system. Worshipping Buddha on Wednesday is the effective way to get his blessings. Buddha is the son of Chandra, the moon god. He is generally depicted with 4 hands, 3 of his hands holding a sword, a shield, and a mace, while 4th one gestures dispensing boons. He rides an eagle or a chariot drawn by lions. Worshipping of Buddha can receive blessings for progeny, grains, and cattle wealth. Moreover, it also says that Buddha is the god of the stars and has power to stop the misdeeds of the enemies. The text compares the form of Buddha to that of Lord Vishnu, one among the Trinity. Buddha is praised as an emblem of intelligence in the sacred Buddha mantra. His text hails the qualities of the god as the most beautiful. His consort is Ila. His color associated is green. His gender associated male. His element is earth. His god is Vishnu. His overseeing deity is Vishnu. His metal is Zain. His gemstone is an emerald. His body part is skin. His taste is mixed. His food is mung beans. His season is autumn. His direction is north. And his day is Wednesday. His tone or swara is sa. Thank you.
Namaste, I'm Ahana and I'm going to be talking about Rahu and Ketu. This poster is made by someone else, but I'm going to be reading it. To start, Rahu is a shadow entity, one that causes eclipse and is considered as king of meteors. Rahu represents the ascension of the moon in its presential orbit around the earth. Rahu is the north lunar node and along Ketu is a shadow planet that causes eclipse. Rahu has no physical shape. Ketu is generally referred to as a shadow planet as well. Ketu is believed to have a tremendous impact on human lives and also the whole creation. Ketu in special circumstances help achieve the zenith of fame. Ketu is often depicted with a gem or star on his head signifying a mystery light. Ketu represents karmic collections, both good and bad, spiritually and supernatural influences. Dhanyavadaha.
I'll give a little bit information about this, the robotics program. The Hindu culture and this Livermore Hindu temple, we are promoting our cultures for the younger generations as well. We are trying to also showing them by doing this artwork and the write-ups and also putting them, combining with the robotics, we are trying to show how actually it's a good learning lesson for them, like how this animation can be done. I mean, it may look very simple, but for doing this, programming it, kids spent a tremendous amount of time. They learned how the servos work, how the Raspberry Pi works. So how to combine them together. Basically, a lot of things they learned together, and then they put them into a code that can actually present the whole thing what you are seeing here. You may get doubt why Ganesha is also here as part of Navagraha. Ganesha is not part of the Navagraha, but we are praying Ganesha first before we start the praying for Navagraha. That's the main reason we added Ganesha also in the beginning. And then we showed for each Graha we started playing the Stotra and playing that. So the concept is very, very, very simple. Rishi doing the homam, and when they finish the homam, when they finish that swaha, putting ghee into that homam, the fire comes up. And then we start playing the stotra for that particular graha, whichever is in the front. So that was the main concept we did in the robotics, and kids actually learned them individually, and they put them together and worked as a team and achieved the whole thing. So I will let the kids talk about exactly how they learned and what they learned, what lessons they learned during this process, and how they completed the whole project. Thank you.
So what I loved the most was the teamwork we had as a team in the robotics part. So first, I taught my teammates how to work with the servo motor, and one thing I learned was using the Pygame mixer music module, which helps create all the sound in the Raspberry Pi.
One thing I learned in this robotics project was how to. My name is Vasish Madhavan Sriraman, and one thing that I learned in this robotics project was how to manipulate the Raspberry Pi and use it for such things as just controlling motors. And I really enjoyed the aspect of teamwork and how I was able to dive into using new hardware that I not used before.
Hi, I'm Arya, and I was part of making the art for the project. And one thing that I realized was that it seems like it's very simple, but it's really not. Making art is very difficult, very time-consuming, and you have to. Sometimes it doesn't seem perfect, but at the end of the day, when you get the last product, it's going to look great.
Hi, I'm Anya, and I also worked in the art part of the. I also worked in the art part, and what I learned was that art
isn't just something that looks good the minute you make it. It takes time and it looks ugly at first maybe, but once you put in effort and work into it and you persevere, the result will come out great, and that's what I loved about it. Thank you.
Well, I learned about use. My name is Achit Kesman and I'm his brother. I really learned about using websites to create like essays and other write-ups. And I also learned about the different gods that in Navagraha, I learned about Chandra, who's the moon god, shown in the poster over there. And I learned about many other things. Thank you.
Can you come and discuss Sastry ji about the server motor and all that? But before that, I said this is a project which is almost taken 3 months. We had about 15 kids. It started with writing about each Navagraha, Ganesha and Hanuman, and they wrote about 300 words and took pictures, and some of them drew and got the writing project complete. Once they understood it, it was shared with everybody. Then another set of students did the artwork. As you see in the project displayed here, it took a lot of work, and they did the drawing. It's actually hand drawn. Also the Muni and Rishi. This is all drawn by other set of children. And once that drawing is complete, in the meanwhile, Sastry ji took over from July onwards, middle of July. I said, this time the theme is going to be Navagraha. He says, oh, I was thinking about Homa. I said, okay, why don't you do Navagraha with Navagraha Homam? Then he came up with a concept and really put in so much energy and time. And actually, the thing which was most beautiful is he wanted to make sure the children do most of the work, and he was there to supervise, and they learned a lot of things in this process. Not just robotics and timeliness, completing perseverance, a whole bunch of teamwork. So I will give us this team, make more and more robotics project. Next time with temples, Navagraha temples in the background. Display this again during the New Year's Day project. All kids should show up and really showcase it to the community. Thank you very much, and namaskar.
Yeah, I think it's. Namaste. My name is Vivek Deshpande. I'm part of the MK HN YNE Human Services IS Committee. I've been a volunteer here. I just wanted to speak words about this phenomenal project that the kids under the guidance of Sastry ji has put together. It really we are really proud of these kids. It just really looks simple when things are put together, but the amount of effort, the patience, the perseverance, like Kamalaji was mentioning, it really took an effort, especially in this COVID times where we have to respect the social distancing and to minimize the regrouping and everything. These kids have met without fail every week. Got together on Zoom, discussed the plan, had a project plan, and then a lot of kudos to these kids. They really have a bright future, and may God bless them all. And on the top of it, lots of respect to Shastriji for putting this together and making this thing happen. He always comes up with something like this, and then which blows our mind. Once again, thank you, Shastriji, for a part of this, and we are really blessed to have you. And thank you so much.
You want to talk anything about it? Even I was not I didn't expect that I'm going to talk. We need to be ready for anything. That's okay. Can we? Guys.
Oh, I'm very sorry. I didn't have
Somebody is going to it's really like this is like after this. If you have to miss that. So this is if you want to listen what
शक्ति नरजसा वर्तमानो निवेशयन्नमृतं मर्त्यं च हिरण्येन सविता रथेना देवो याति भुवना विपश्यन् आज्ञायस्पृशमेन्द्रे विष्णवस्वमविष्णयम् तभावायस्य सङ्गते अग्निर्वोर्धादिव खगपद पृथिव्या अयाम् अपागुरेतागुं सिगन्पते उद्बुद्ध्यस्माग्ने प्रतिजागृह्येन विश्वाभूत्याजगं च तेथा भजं च गुणक्रन्नग्रस्ताविनयुमानवन्दारागुं सेत्वयनं त्वमेता बृहस्पतेन देवदरिवार्हाद्यमद्विभाधिकृतमज्जनेश यद्देव यच्छवसर्गप्रजातदस्मासुद्रविणन्धेहि चित्रम् नमः शक्राणि भाववे परधमगम् हव्यम् मतिञ्चागिने सुबोधौ तो देव्यानि मानसाधिरोगस्यन्तरविश्वानि विद्मराजगाभि सन्नो देवेरभिष्टयावो भवन्तु वेदये विष्णवन्दनः कलाश्चित्रा भवतौ ते सदा वृधस्सखा कलासतिष्ठया वृता केदम् गृण्वन्न केतवेशो मर्यावेशसे समषद्विर्यायिताः ज्ञानम् विज्ञानम् प्रज्ञानम् जानत विजानत सङ्कल्पमानम् प्रकल्पमानमकल्पमानमकृतम् कृतम् चेदावसेयायत्सम्भारम् भवतम् चित्रकेतप्रभानाभान् सम्भार ज्योतिष्पागस्तेजस्पादानवग्रस्तमन्नहृतमन्न रोजनारोजमानः कल्याणः.
Thank you for all devotees. Thank you for Pandit Kannan Garu, Pandit Mahadeva Sastry Garu, Pandit Mahabhuta Garu is chanting for Navagraha Suktam for all devotees. Thank you. Namaskar.
Paladugu
Namaskaram, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. I am Indumati Ganesh, Artistic Director of Nirtyolasa Dance Academy. And I am greatly honored to be a part of the Livermore Temple's Mahakumbhabhishekam pre-event festivities. Dr. Kamala Shankar, who is spearheading the subcommittee chair for the Youth and Education and Human Services, invited me to present my students for the Pancha Mahabhutam and Navagraha Day on November 20th. 3 of my senior students, Ritika Ravi, Vidya Ravi Kumar and Swati Subramaniam will present a Ganesha Kriti composition of Papanasam Shiva. Thank you.
Karabala
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. On this auspicious day, I'm so grateful to be performing a Harikatha on the topic of Pancha Mahabhuta. I'm very grateful to my gurus, Srimati Suchitra Balasubramaniam, who has been my guiding lights in this path of Harikatha, and my vocal guru, Dr. Jayaram Subramaniam, and all the gurus who have trained me and are continuing to train me. I'm so thankful to Kamala Shankar ji for providing me with this wonderful opportunity. Siddhi Vinayak Murti ki jai, Har Namah Parvati Pataye, Har Har Mahadeva, Janaki Kanta Swaranam, Jai Jai Ram Ram, Gopika Jivana Swaranam, Govinda Govinda, Anjaneya Swami ki jai, Satguru Swaminaha jai. Nada Tanu Manisham, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Namami me Manasa Shirasa Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Namami me Manasa Shirasa Nada Tanu Manisham. Modakara Nigamoda Masama, Modakara Nigamoda Masama, Vedasaram Varam Varam, Modakara Nigamoda Masama, Vedasaram Varam Varam, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Namami me Manasa Shirasa Nada Tanu Manisham. Satyo Jata Di Panchavaktraja, Satyo Jatadi Panchavaktraja, Sarigama Padani Varasapta Swara, Sarigama Padani Varasapta Swara, Vidyalolam Vidalita Kalam, Vidyalolam Vidalita Kalam, Vimala Hridaya Tyagaraja Palam, Vimala Hridaya Tyagaraja Palam, Nada Tanu Manisham, Shankaram, Namami me Manasa Shirasa Nada Tanu Manisham. There is no limit to Lord Shiva's karunya or his compassion. His 5 faces are said to resemble the 5 Panchabhutas or the 5 main elements of our world. The 5 elements are Agni, which is fire, Neer, which is water, Nilam, which is land, Ahayam, which is the skies, and Vayu, which is the wind. Without these 5 elements, no life can exist in this world. Whether it be humans or the smallest of creatures, all living beings require these 5 elements. It is even said that these 5 elements are present within our shariras, within our bodies as well. The month of Kartika is very special for the element Agni. When we look down, the elements that we can see are water and land. When we look up, the elements we can see are the skies and the wind. But the one that is in the middle, the one that serves as a connection between the bottom and the top is Agni. That is why when we do homas, we invoke Agni Deva to serve as a messenger to take our devotion and love for God to God. So let's look at the connection between Lord Shiva and Agni. There is a conversation happening between Vishnu and Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma was born via the navel cord of Lord Vishnu. So Lord Vishnu is his father. So they're having a very heated debate of who is more superior than the other. Lord Vishnu is saying, you only exist because I created you. You were only here because of me, so I am superior to you. In response, Lord Brahma says, it does not matter who you were born to or how you were born. What really matters is the deeds that you do. Because of me, all living creatures are alive, whether it's a grass, a human, or lion. Everyone and every single creature is alive due to me, so I am more superior than you. This debate gets more and more heated, and they're debating so much that the devas come to see this. They're trying to find a solution, but the argument just gets more bigger and bigger. The devas don't know what to do. They can't go in and tell them to stop because there is no solution. So what they do is go to Lord Shiva. They explain the situation to Lord Shiva about how Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma are arguing about who is more superior to the other. And Lord Shiva says, I will take care of it. Lord Shiva then appears in front of Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma in the form of a jyoti, which is a light. But it wasn't any regular light. It was a very, very huge and bright light. It was so big that the starting point of the jyoti and the ending point of the jyoti couldn't even be seen. Lord Vishnu and Lord Brahma, however, did not know that this was Shiva himself. So, since they were debating, they come to this idea that why don't we decide who's more superior by a competition? So what they decide is whoever can find either the start of the jyoti or the end of the jyoti first is more superior to the other. Vishnu says, okay, I will find the bottom of this jyoti, and he will go downwards. Lord Brahma uses a swan to go fly upwards to find the start of the jyoti. Lord Brahma uses a swan to fly upwards to try and find the end of the jyoti, while Lord Vishnu takes the form of a Varahan to find the bottom of this jyoti. It's been days and days, but neither Lord Vishnu or Lord Brahma were able to find the top or the bottom. One of these days, as Lord Brahma was going up, a pine flower rolls down his way. He picks up the pine flower and asks it, where are you coming from? The pine flower says, I'm coming from the top of this jyoti. Lord Brahma says, how long have you been rolling down? And the flower says, I've been rolling down for months or years, I don't know, but I still have not reached the bottom of this jyoti. After this conversation with the pine flower, Lord Brahma realizes that it's rather impossible to reach the top of this jyoti. So he makes a plan. He talks to the pine flower and says, I will go down and tell everybody that I reached the top. And all you have to do is be my witness and agree with me. Since Lord Brahma is the creator and since he's the father of this flower, the flower has no choice but to say yes and agree to lie. So he comes back down and he tells everybody that's standing there that, okay, I saw the top of this jyoti. And the flower says, yes, he did. A sound comes from the entire jyoti. And it's a sarcastic sound that says, wow, that's just great. Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu both realize that the jyoti is none other than Lord Shiva and realize their mistakes. The reason this Leela exists is not because the Devas fought, or it's not a story for us to hear, but it's a lesson for humankind that we should never make such mistakes. We should never think about who's superior to the other, and we should never let our ego let it come in the way of our duty. This Leela serves as an example for humankind not to make such mistakes. So what happens next is that Lord Brahma and Lord Vishnu apologize to Lord Shiva for acting this way, and they do puja to him in the form of a jyoti. This is celebrated during Mahashivaratri. This event is greatly celebrated as the Annamala Jyoti in Tiruvannamalai. What we can take away from this story is the purity of these elements and how good they can be. Not only do they provide life and everything, but they also have a lesson behind them. Every element has a story behind it. And today we saw the story of Agni and Lord Shiva. Shivane Shankarane Jaya Samba Sada Shivane Shivane Shankarane Jaya Samba Sada Shivane Hara Hara Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Mahadeva Hara Hara Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Mahadeva Shivane Shankarane Jaya Samba Sada Shivane Hara Hara Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Mahadeva Hara Hara Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Mahadeva Pranavasvarubane Pralayantakane Karunamayane Paripalisudevane Pranavasvarubane Pralayantakane Karunamayane Paripalisudevane Hara Hara Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Mahadeva 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 Jai Namah Parvati Pataye Hara Hara Mahadeva.
Earth, Prithvi, is the densest element and is the mother that sustains and nurtures life. She symbolizes stability, fertility, and endurance. She is reliable, peaceful, and tranquil. Life in the form of plants and animals thrive here in abundance, bringing beauty and joy. It is this joy that makes the planet a haven for celebration. She is the strengthening foundation of our race.
Earth, lush with nature's greenery, covered with towering mountains and grand oceans. Earth is home to majestic animals, beautiful birds, and of course us human beings. Earth nourishes, provides, and takes care of all of us. No wonder then she is rightly referred to as Mother Earth. Wind, Sometimes a soothing gentle breeze that softly caresses us. At other times, it is the raging tornado with the strength to literally sweep us off our feet. Invisible yet powerful, wind is that force of nature which defines the very essence of our existence. Water, clear, pure, and breathtakingly sublime, flowing gently like a river, pouring down from the sky as raindrops, or falling noisily from high above as waterfalls. Water can be as vast as an ocean or as tiny as that dewdrop settling down on a leaf in the wee hours of the morning. Fire, powerful as a blazing inferno, consuming everything in its path, yet tranquil as it flickers hesitantly in the wick of a candle. We use it to invoke and salute the divine, as it is not only intense and strong, but also serene and peaceful. Fire can never be touched, yet what a visual treat it is, with tongues of red, yellow, and orange flames swaying and dancing fiercely. space, vast, infinite, and boundless, filled with mysteries and secrets, embracing in its fold planets, galaxies, and innumerable stars. Space evokes in us a sense of wonder and amazement. Space is that huge, never-ending void, which is perhaps more profound and deep than anything the human mind can imagine. It truly is the realm of the unknown.
Shri Panchabhutaya Shanti Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Tannno Bhumi Prachodayat, Tannno Bhumi नीलवर्णाय धीमहि तन्नो गणः प्रचोदयात् तन्नो गणः प्रचोदयात्
ब्रह्मा मुरारिं त्रिपुरान्तकारी भानुशशि भूमिसुतो बुधश्च गुरुश्च शुक्रः शनिराः केतवः कुर्वन्तु सर्वे मम सुप्रभातम्। नमस्ते, मम नाम गायत्री। एषः नवग्रहश्लोकः। यथा भारतीयाः तेषां दिनस्य प्रारम्भं कुर्वन्ति तथा अहम् अपि मम भाषणस्य प्रारम्भं करोमि। नवग्रहाः के? सूर्यः, चन्द्रः, मङ्गलः, बुधः, गुरुः, शुक्रः, शनि, राहुः, केतुः च। मन्दिरेषु नवग्रहाः एवं भवति। प्रतिग्रहं भिन्नं गुणाः भवन्ति, यथा वर्णः, धान्यं, गुणाः च। एतेषां प्रभावः अस्माकं जीवने कथं भवति? मनुष्यस्य जन्मसमयं, जन्मस्थानं च परिगणय जातकपत्रं रचयामः। तत्र तस्मिन् क्षणे एते ग्रहाः कुत्र आसन् इति अङ्कितं भवति। तदनुसारं तेषां प्रभावः दृढः वा क्षीणः वा भवति। एतत् चित्रं जातकस्य एकः विकल्पः। भारतीय परम्परायां जातकम् उपयुज्य बहूनां विवाहः निर्णीतः भवति। तथैव यदि मनुष्यस्य जीवने कष्टं भवति तर्हि प्रभावः शालीनं ग्रहम् उद्दिश्य परिहारः क्रियते चेत् कष्टात् निरावरं भवेत्। रामायणे अगस्त्य ऋषेः मार्गदर्शनेन श्रीरामः आदित्यं नमस्कृत्य एव युद्धे रावणं मारितवान्। सूर्यस्य मुख्यत्वं तथा अस्ति। बृहस्पति देवानां गुरुः अस्ति। गुरुः नामानुसारं भारवान् अस्ति। शुक्राचार्यः असुराणां गुरुः अस्ति। शनिः अपि नामानुसारं शनैः सूर्यं परितः चलति। शनिः सूर्यस्य पुत्रः। शनिः यमस्य अग्रजः भवति। यमः तु मनुष्यस्य मरणार्थम् एव कार्यं करोति। राहुः केतुः च यद्यपि ग्रहौ न स्तः तथापि तयोः प्रभावः निरन्तरं भवति। तौ सूर्य-चन्द्रयोः ग्रहणेषु पात्रं वहन्ति। प्रतिदिनं राहुकालः इति कश्चन समयः अस्ति। तस्मिन् समये विश्वासिजनाः नूतन किमपि न कुर्वन्ति। अग्रिमग्रहणसमये राहुं वा केतुं वा भवन्तः अन्विष्येयुः किम्? उपग्रहाणाम् आराधनसमये अस्माकं दृष्टिम् अन्तरिक्षं प्रति प्रसारयेम, येन अण्डाचलचरे वयं भूलोकस्थिताः सृष्टेः विस्मयात्मकम् अंशं स्मरामः। धन्यवादः।
गणेशाय नमः। ॐ जपाकुसुमसङ्काशं काश्यपेयं महाद्युतिं तमोरिं सर्वपापघ्नं प्रणतोऽस्मि दिवाकरम्। ॐ दधिशङ्खतुषाराभम् क्षीरोदार्णवसम्भवम् नमामि शशिनं सोमं शम्भोर्मुकुटभूषणम्।
धातिंदा ताकथी निता धा तीन त्रिगड़ता धा धातिंदा ताकथी निता ता किड़तकधे ता किड़तकधे धा ता तीन ताकधे निता दे ता किड़तकता ता किड़तकधे धा ता तीन ताकधे निता दे ता किड़तकता तादे 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 तादे
सम्भूतं विद्युत्कान्तिसमप्रभं कुमारं शक्तिहस्तं च मङ्गलं प्रणमाम्यहम्। ॐ प्रियङ्गुकलिकाश्यामं रूपेणा प्रतिमं बुधं सौम्यं सौम्यगुणोपेतं तं बुधं प्रणमाम्यहम्। ॐ देवानां च ऋषीणां च गुरुं काञ्चनसन्निभं बुद्धिभूतं त्रिलोकेशं तं नमामि बृहस्पतिम्। हिमकुन्दमृणालाभम् दैत्यानां परमं गुरुम् सर्वशास्त्रप्रवक्तारम् भार्गवं प्रणमाम्यहम् समाभासं रविपुत्रं यमाग्रजम् छायामार्तण्डसम्भूतं तं नमामि शनैश्चरम् ॐ अर्धकायं महावीर्यं चन्द्रादित्यविमर्दनम् सिंहिकागर्भसम्भूतं तं राहुं प्रणमाम्यहम् तं केतुं प्रणमाम्यहम् विरचितम् आदित्यादि नवग्रहस्तोत्रम् सम्पूर्णम्।
वक्त्रं धरणीप्रदं रात्रकारकं रक्तनेत्रं दानवसुरसेवितमन्दस्मितविलसितवक्त्रं धरणीप्रदं रात्रकारकं रक्तनेत्रं दीनरक्षकं दीनरक्षकं पूजित वैद्यनाथक्षेत्रं दीनरक्षकं पूजित वैद्यनाथक्षेत्रं दिव्यमुगा चन्द्रगुरुमित्रं वासमानसुकलत्रं जानुस्तहसचित्रं चतुर्भुजमतिविचित्रं गङ्गारकमाशयाम्यहं विनताश्रितजनवन्तारं मङ्गलवारं मुनिकुमारं वारं वरं
We are disciples of Srimati Anupama Srivastava. We are very happy to be participating in Mahakumbhabhishekam by Livermore Temple.
We are presenting a dance named Pancha.
This dance is choreographed by our Guru Anupama Srivastava based on a classic choreography by Padma Shri Guru Shobna Narayan.
Sresti Panji Tattvon ki ek kahani hai Yug yug se chali aati jaane pehchani पंच तत्वों में आता प्रथम आकाश वायु जल अग्नि पृथ्वी
Salutation to Mother Earth, salutation to the water, salutation to the fire, salutation to the air, salutation to the space, salutation to all the living, non-living things and beings of this universe. We the human beings are so privileged by your auspicious presence in our life. But we wonder how all this got created in the first place. Who came first and who came after? Is there anything beyond the space or before the time? Let's witness the dance drama on Tanmatra, the subtle essence of creation. O mighty five elements, you have witnessed the entire creation. Please enlighten us and lead us in the path of celebration, dance and joy.
Tanno gaganam prachodayat. Sani sa ni dha dha ni sa ma ga ma dha ma dha ni dha ni ga ma dha ni re sa ma ga ma sani sa dha ni sa ga ma dha ma dha ni dha ni sa re sa ma ga ma sani sa dha ni sa ga ma dha ma dha ni sa re sa ma ga ma sani sa dha ni ma dha ni sa ga ma dha ga ma dha ni ma ga ma sani sa dha ni ma dha ni sa ga ma dha ga ma dha ni. Gama re sa dhani sa gama, gama re sa dhani sa gama, gama re sa dhani sa gama, dhani sa gama, dhani sa gama.
From that Atman, the Supreme Soul, space came into being. From the space the wind, from the wind came the air, and from the air the fire, from the fire came the earth, from the earth came all plants, from the plants the food, from the food the man came into being.
Tasmadva etasmadatmana Akasha sambhutah akashadvayoh vayoragnih agnirapah advayah prithvi पृथ्वीभ्यः ओषधयः ओषधीभ्योऽस्ना अनन्तपुरुषः
अनन्तपुरुषः
Hari Om, Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Kalataranga presents Panchabhuta Sakshat Shivaha. We present this choreography as a conversation between a Bhakta and the Bhagavan. Nandi, the foremost devotee, witnesses the powers of the Lord himself when Shiva restores the balance of Pancha Mahabhuta in nature. Various instances are portrayed wherein Mahadeva guided the natural forces to harmony and protected the universe. Nandi is present in every situation and is overjoyed to see the beautiful dance of Shiva and Shakti. He is supremely thankful for being the Vahana of the Lord and his consort. Panchabhuta Sakshat Shivaha.
आकाशाय विद्महे नभो देवाय धीमहि तन्नो गगनः प्रचोदयात्
Akasha, the space, the vast and endless, but which supports the other physical and tangible elements in nature.
विद्यात्मनाय विद्महे महिस्वरूपाय धीमहि तन्नो वायुः प्रचोदयात्।
Vayu, air, the breath of every living creature and life force without which no life is possible.
लालीलाय विद्महे वैश्वानराय धीमहि तन्नो अग्निः प्रचोदयात्।
Agni, the force from which life originates, sustains and destroys, the all-encompassing energy present in various forms in the nature.
Nitari masati mapani mapa mapani sapani pani sani nisani mati samani pani sani mapani sa nisani sani mapani sani mati sani mapani sani mari sani parinani mapari mapani sani तक जणु तता तकिटदी तकिट तकदी मी जणु तकिट तक जणु तजणु दिमी तकिट तक ताम तदीम ततो तदिन तो जम तक जणु तता तकिट दी
पृथिवी देव्यै च विद्महे वसुन्धरायै धीमहि तन्नो पृथिवी प्रचोदयात्.
Prithvi, the most tangible of all the elements and the one wherein other elements thrive on and which is responsible for the continuation of life in various forms. Prithvi gives birth, nourishes and helps continue life as we know it, and which leads to the culmination of all the other elements.
Namaskaram. I am Lalita Nanduri, student of Guru Srimati Sindhu Surendra Kandi from Shivanipuram Dance School, presenting Tulasidasa Virachita Hanuman Chalisa, sung by M.S. Subbalakshmi Amma.
Shri Guru Charana Saroja Raja निज मन मुकुर सुधार वरणो रघुबर विमल यश जोदायक फल चार बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिकै सुमिरो पवन कुमार बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेश विकार जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर जय कपीसति लोक उजागर रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा अंजन पुत्र पवन सुत नामा महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी कुमति निवार सुमति के संगी कंचन बरन विराज सुबेश कानन कुंडल कुंचित केश हाथ वज्र और ध्वज जा विराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे, शंकर सुमन केशरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन, विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर, प्रभु चरित्र सुनिबे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान की, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान। रूप धरि सियाहि दिखावा, एकट रूप धरि लंक जरावा, भीम रूप धरि असुर संहारे, रामचंद्र के काज संवारे, लाय संजीवन लखन जियाए, श्री रघुबीर हरष उर लाए, रघुपति कीन्ही बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई, सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावै, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावै, सनकादिक ब्रह्मादि मुनीषा, नारद शारद सहित अहीशा, यम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाते, कवि कोविद कहि सकै कहाते, तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीन्हा, राम मिलाय राजपरिहा, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान की, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान की। तुम्हारो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना, युग सहस्र योजन पर भानु, लीला ताहि मधुर फल जानु, प्रभु मुद्रिका मेलि मुख माहि, जलधि अचरज नाही, दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हारे तेते, राम दुआरे तुम रखवारे, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे, सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना, आपन तेज संहारो आपै, तीनों लोक हांकते कापै, भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम गावै, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान की, राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय, बोलो हनुमान की। नाशे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा, संकट से हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम बचन ध्यान जो लावे, सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, जिनके काज सकल तुम साजा, और मनोरथ जो कोई लावे, सासु अमित जीवन पावे, चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा, साधु संत के तुम रखवारे, असुर निकंदन राम दुलारे, अष्ट सिद्धि नव निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता, राम के दाता अष्ट सिद्धि नवनिधि के दाता असमण दीन जानकी माता राम रसायन तुम्हारे पादा सदा रहो रघुपति के दाता राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोलो हनुमान की राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोलो हनुमान की तुम्हारे भजन राम को भावे जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे अंत काल रघुपति पुर जाई देखो जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई और देवता चित्तन धरई हनुमत से सर्व सुख करई संकट हरे मिटे सब पीरा जो सुमिरे हनुमत बलबीरा जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई कृपा करहु गुरुदेव की नाई यह शत बार पाठ कर जोई छूट ही बंदी महासुख होई जो यह पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा होय सिद्धि साखी गौरी सा तुलसीदास सदा हरि तेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय मारेरा कीजे नाथ हृदय मारेरा राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोलो हनुमान की 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 जय बोलो
Namaste. Today, November 20th, 2021, we are celebrating Navagraha Day and Panchabhuta Day as part of MKA, Youth and Education Human Services Subcommittee. We are conducting a Veena recital by Srikanth Chari. This program is focused on Panchabhuta sthalas. Srikanth has created and choreographed this piece really beautifully, and it's a collaborative program along with SIFA, South Indian Fine Arts. Srikanth Chari began his training at the age of 6 under Guru Vidwan Sri Narayana Iyengar. Later he learned from Srimati Kalyani Sarma. He has also got training under violinist Kumari A. Kanyakumari, and his advanced training is under Maestro Padmabhushan Sri Lalgudi D. Jayaraman. Srikanth has been giving many concerts in US, India and Australia and received many awards. He has also frequently performed for TV and radio stations for All India Radio. He has released several CD discs. Janani, Tiger and Ethereal Melodies are some of the examples. Srikanth Chari's students Rishikesh Chari and Priyanka Chari have been learning from his father and guru from very early age. They both are very accomplished and very talented in music. They both learned, in addition to the Veena, received vocal training under Srimati Hema Sista. Rishikesh has been playing Veena and given many performances for television programs and won many awards. Priyanka has also performed widely in US and Canada and in Chennai Margari Music Festival. Rishikesh has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from UC San Diego and master's from Purdue University. Priyanka has a bachelor's degree in molecular biology at UC Santa Cruz and currently pursuing master's degree in bioinformatics at Boston University. Both Rishikesh and Priyanka learned Veena from Srikanth, Chari, who established a music school, Nadanidhi, for training Carnatic music. Thank you and enjoy the show. Srikanth has done this recording for Panchabhuta sthalas, describe the various Panchabhuta sthalas in India.
Namaskaram everyone, and welcome to this presentation on Sri Muthuswami Dikshitar's Panchabhuta Linga Kshetra Kritis. Muthuswami Dikshitar, a great poet, composer, musician, and Vainika, lived in the 18th and 19th centuries in South India. He is considered part of the grand trinity of Carnatic music composers, the other two being Saint Tyagaraja and Sri Shyama Shastri. Muthuswami Dikshitar composed sets of kritis like the Kamalamba Navavarnams, the Navagraha kritis, the Nilotpalamba Vibhakti kritis, and many more. As part of his rich tradition, he also passed along to us his Panchabhuta Linga Kshetra kritis. As the term implies, these are compositions, kritis, composed about the kshetrams or holy shrines in India, where the Lord is manifested in the form of the 5 natural elements, the Panchabhutas. It is said that Prakriti, the energy of all creation, is composed of 5 natural elements. Akasha, space or ether, Vayu, air or wind, Agni, fire, Jalam, water, and Prithvi, earth. In the same manner that we perceive divinity in all the elements of nature and creation around us, temples in South India have installed representations of these Panchabhutas to capture the divine spirit of nature. These elements are enshrined in the holy lingams in 5 Shiva temples or kshetrams. Muthuswami Dikshitar traveled extensively through India, and through his travels, he visited these 5 temples and composed kritis at each of these locations on the Lord as a manifestation of the Panchabhutas. These 5 kritis are referred to as the Panchabhuta Linga Kshetra kritis. In these kritis, Dikshitar describes the 5 temples and their traditions and brings out the philosophy of Advaita or non-duality, where all is but Satchidananda or eternal consciousness. The holy temple of Chidambaram. Here, Lord Shiva is worshipped as space in the form of the Akasha Lingam. The sanctum of the temple here has the icon of the dancing Lord Nataraja, surrounded by empty space, sometimes referred to as Chidambara Rahasyam or the secret of Chidambaram. In the Kriti Ananda Natana Prakasham, Dikshitar describes Shiva, the Lord of Shivakamavalli, as he dances his exuberant and brilliant dance, pervading all space. Ananda Natana Prakasham, Chit Sabesham, Ashrayami, Shivakamavalisham. The Lord's uplifted foot graces Patanjali and Vyagrapada. Divya Patanjali Vyagrapada darshita kunjitabja charanam. As the Lord dances embodying the element of akasham, he bestows protection, happiness and liberation to all. Bhukti mukti prada dahara akasham. The Kriti describes that Lord Shiva, the Lord of the universe, is worshipped by 3,000 munis or holy sages. Trisahasra Munishwaram Vishveshwaram. Legend has it that 3,000 munis went on a pilgrimage from Kailasha to Chidambaram. Upon reaching their destination, they found that they were one devotee short. At this point, Lord Shiva reveals that he himself is the 3,000th devotee. This may also be tied to the theme of Advaita or non-duality that appears in this Kriti. Advaita Pratipadyam. The Lord is said to have a heart as soft as freshly churned butter. The Sangadis to convey Navanita Hridayam are beautifully expressed in this song. Navanita Hridayam, Navanita Hridayam, Navanita Hridayam. The Lord dances with ecstasy accompanied by divine music. Sangeeta Vadya Vinoda Tandava Jata Bahutara Bheda Chodyam. We have chosen this beautiful line to elaborate a few Kalpanaswarams as well. Muthuswami Dikshidhar weaves in the Raga Mudra into the lyrics of the Kriti as he describes that Lord Shiva is established in Kedara and other shrines. Shri Kedaradi Kshetra Adharam. The song is set to a majestic gait that accentuates the power of Shiva's ecstatic dance and the delicate nature of his compassion and protection. Ananda Natana Prakasham in the Ragam Kedaram, set to Mishra Chaputalam, a 7-beat cycle. In the Srikalahasti temple, close to Tirupati, Lord Kalahastisha is worshipped as air in the form of Vayu Lingam. The lamp in the airless sanctum at this temple is said to flicker continuously due to a mysterious draft of air. In the Kriti Sri Kalahastisha, Lord Shiva is described as a protector of all the learned people who seek refuge in him. Srikalahastisha Shritajanavana. He is in the form of Samira or air, Samirakara. He is the vital force of all the lords, Indra, Brahma, and Vishnu. Pakari, Vidhi, Hari, Pranamaya Kosha. He is the god of wind, Anila, who illuminates the other elements of space, Akasha, earth, Bhumi, water, Salila, and fire, Agni. Anila, Akasha, Bhumi, Salila, Agni, Prakasha Shiva. He is the lord of goddess Jnana Prasunnambika. Jnana Prasunnambika Pate. He is the ocean of mercy and the destroyer of ignorance. Deena Karunanidhe. Ajnana Hara Pashupate. In this Kriti, Dikshidhar talks about the story of Kannappa Nayanar, the hunter who worshipped Lord Shiva, and in demonstrating his love and devotion to the Lord, sacrifices his eyes at Kalahasti, which then grants him spiritual liberation. Hina jati kiratakena pujita kirte. Possibly in line with the folk and tribal origins of Kannappan, Dikshidhar set this particular kriti to tune in the relatively folk tune of Hussaini. In the Dikshidhar Sampradayam, this ragam was referred to as Oshani. Dikshidhar has expertly incorporated the raga mudra into his composition in the line Pakari Vidhi Hari Pranamaya Kosha Nila Kasha. Pakari Vidhi Hari Pranamaya Kosha Nila Kasha. The ragam name Oshani is hidden in the transition between the words Kosha and Anila. Kosha Nila, Oshani. Sri Kalahastisha in the ragam Hussaini or Oshani, set to Khanda Chaputalam, 5-beat cycle. In the temple of Tiruvannamalai, also known as Arunachala, Lord Shiva is worshipped as fire in the form of Agni Lingam. Arunachala is the red hill symbolizing Shiva taking on the form of a column of fire, Jyotirlingam, whose ends could not be traced by either Vishnu, who took on the form of a boar to dig into the netherworld, or Brahma, who took on the form of a swan to soar the heavens. The ground at Arunachalam has a fiery origin, attributable to either a volcanic eruption or a meteor strike, thereby accentuating the fire motif. In the Kriti Arunachalanatham, Lord Shiva is venerated as the Lord of Apita Kuchamba Sametam. Just the memory of the Lord's lotus feet can grant us total salvation. Smaranat Kaivalya Prada Charana Aravindam. He embodies mercy and bliss, Satchidanandam. He is in the form of a dazzling and fiery lingam, Aprakrita Tejomaya lingam. Atyodbhuta Karadrita Sarangam. He bears the deer or the saranga in his hand, which also incorporates the Ragamudra, saranga. Lord Shiva's brilliance conquers the sun, moon and fire. Swaprakasha Jita Soma Agni Patangam. Arunachalanatham in the ragam Saranga set to Rupagatalam, a 6-beat cycle. In the Jambukeshwara temple in Thiruvannaikkaval near Tiruchirappalli, Lord Shiva is worshipped as water in the form of the Jalalingam. A perennial water from the Kaveri river flows through the lingam in the sanctum at the temple here. In the Kriti Jambupate, Dikshidhar requests Lord Shiva to protect him and give him the knowledge of the nectar of true bliss.
Jambupate mam pa he nijananda amrita bodham de
Dikshidhar states that Lord Shiva is honored by all the celestial beings, Ambujasanadi Sakala Deva Namana, and that he removed the afflictions of Tumburu, Tumburu Nuta Hridaya Tapopashamana. He is the beloved of the beautiful goddess Akhilandeshwari, Kambu Kandhyakhilandeshwari Ramana. He states that Lord Shiva is of the form of the great ocean, and rivers like Sindhu, Ganga, Kaveri, and Yamuna. In this context, he introduces the Raga Mudra. The Kriti is in the Ragam Yamuna Kalyani. In the Charanam, Dikshidhar says that the Lord took upon the form of the Jalalingam in response to Devi Parvati's prayers. Parvataja Prarthita Apulinga Vibho. He is the Lord of all creation, who embodies the 5 elements. Panchabhutamaya Prapancha Prabho. The Kriti Jambupate is a leisurely and fluid one and invokes feelings of a grand Hindustani Drupad. Jambupate in the ragam Yamuna Kalyani, set to Rupagatalam. In the Ekambareshwara temple in Kanchipuram, Lord Shiva is worshipped as earth in the form of Prithvi Lingam. Here, the Lord is Ekambranatha and resides at the roots of the mango tree. Legend has it that Devi Parvati worshipped Lord Shiva in the form of a Prithvi Lingam, a lingam made out of sand, under a mango tree. The sanctum of the Ekambareshwara temple in Kanchipuram has an anthill symbolizing the Prithvi Lingam. In the Kriti Chintaya Ma Kanda Mula Kandam, Lord Shiva is worshipped as Soma Skanda, the trinity of Shiva, Parvati and Skanda. Cheta Shri Soma Skandam. The Lord is eternal and the uninterrupted Satchitanandam. Santatam Akhanda Satchitanandam. He has an auspicious smiling face, and his splendor surpasses that of Manmatha, the god of love. Mangalakara Mandahasa Vadanam, Manikyamaya Kanchi Sadanam, Anga Saundarya Vijita Madanam. We have chosen this line in the Charanam to render a few Kalpanaswams. Dikshidhar states that Lord Shiva rides the bull Nandi and is the beloved of Bhairavi, thereby introducing the Raga Mudra, and is in the form of the Prithvi Lingam. Uttunga Kamaniya Vrishaturangam, Bhairavi Prasangam, Guruguhanta Rangam, Prithvi Lingam.
Uttunga Kamaniya Vrishaturangam, Bhairavi Prasangam, Guruguhanta Rangam, Prithvi Lingam, Chintayama Kanda Mula Kandam.
Chintaya Ma Kanda Mula Kandam in the Ragam Bhairavi, set to Rupakatalam 6-beat cycle. The entirety of creation is but a combination of the Panchabhutas: Akasha, Vayu, Agni, Jalam, and Prithvi. As we pay homage to the universal spirit that is embedded in every living entity, we realize that we are part of this universal spirit and that we aim toward a state of perpetual consciousness, realization, and bliss. To that end, we conclude this presentation with a final composition to seek Lord Shiva's blessings in our journey toward that goal. Mangalakara Mahadeva Shankara Shambho Bhava Bhayahara Gangadhara Gauripate Pankaja Pado Bhajami. O auspicious one, the great Lord Shankara, you who quell the fear of earthly existence, you who are adorned with the Ganga, and you who are the Lord of Gauri, I sing about your lotus feet. Thillana in the Ragam Pahadi, set to Mishra Chaputalam, a composition of Maestro Lalgudi Sri J. Jayaraman.
Namaste, I'm Radhika Adhikari, Artistic Director of Talsur Dance Academy based in Pleasanton. Today I welcome you to the Navagraha Pancha Mahabhuta program conducted by Hindu Cultural Community Center and Hindu Cultural Community Center Mahakumbhabhishekam 2022 Youth, Education and Human Services. I would personally like to thank Mrs. Kamla Shankar and the entire organizing team for giving students of Talsur Dance Academy an opportunity to perform today. In today's presentation, the first group will perform Gayatri Mantra and represent each element: earth, water, fire, air and space. The second group will describe each element in detail. Third group will present Panchabhuta Aarti, and the fourth group will present how we human beings are composed of these 5 elements, and these elements are essential for us human beings to exist. Please enjoy the program. Namaste. Thank you so much.
Earth, Prithvi, is the densest element and is the mother that sustains and nurtures life. She symbolizes stability, fertility, and endurance. She is reliable, peaceful, and tranquil. Life in the form of plants and animals thrive here in abundance, bringing beauty and joy. It is this joy that makes the planet a haven for celebration. She is the strengthening foundation of our race.
Earth, lush with nature's greenery, covered with towering mountains and grand oceans. Earth is home to majestic animals, beautiful birds, and of course us human beings. Earth nourishes, provides, and takes care of all of us. No wonder then she is rightly referred to as Mother Earth. Wind, sometimes a soothing gentle breeze that softly caresses us. At other times, it is the raging tornado with the strength to literally sweep us off our feet. Invisible yet powerful, wind is that force of nature which defines the very essence of our existence. Water, clear, pure, and breathtakingly sublime, flowing gently like a river, pouring down from the sky as raindrops, or falling noisily from high above as waterfalls. Water can be as vast as an ocean or as tiny as that dewdrop settling down on a leaf in the wee hours of the morning. Fire, powerful as a blazing inferno, consuming everything in its path, yet tranquil as it flickers hesitantly in the wick of a candle. We use it to invoke and salute the divine, as it is not only intense and strong, but also serene and peaceful. Fire can never be touched, yet what a visual treat it is, with tongues of red, yellow, and orange flames, swaying and dancing fiercely. Space, vast, infinite, and boundless, filled with mysteries and secrets, embracing in its fold planets, galaxies, and innumerable stars. Space evokes in us a sense of wonder and amazement. Space is that huge, never-ending void, which is perhaps more profound and deep than anything the human mind can imagine. It truly is the realm of the unknown.
श्री पंचभूताय शांति श्री गणेशाय नमः।
tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana dhirena dhirena tom tanana